Good morning.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, my lady.
May I please the court, my lady? Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Nelly Siwe, please call the matter, place the matter on record.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 2nd of December, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
O sale ka fase ga kana, Dr. Monamela ke.
Ke a leboga.
So reminded, my lady.
Okay, Ms. Asim, you may proceed.
Lady, can you hear me? I think that there's a problem with my connection. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
My lady, I think I'm going to have to try to sort out what's the problem with my connection. May I please get an indulgence of 2 minutes?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. I apologize. Nelly Siwe, can you hear me and see me now?
Advocate Dinsu is not here, but I can see you.
Thank you, Mr. Interpreter. Good morning.
Yes, I think all is well now. You can proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Good morning, Dr. Manamela.
Good morning, Counsel.
Doctor, yesterday we were talking about the licensing process for NGOs.
Ma ba re bolela ka di license or license ga di NGOs.
If I can just recap. You were responsible for licensing the NGOs, correct?
Re boela morago ga nyane. Wena o bo shumana le di license mabapi le go license ga di NGO go bjalo.
Ke be ke di approve.
Yes, I was approving them.
And without a license, the NGOs could not operate.
Kantle le di license di NGOs di ka se kgone go šoma. Go bjalo?
Go bjalo.
Correct.
So the effect of the license was to permit them to care for mental health care users, correct?
License e be ba fa matla hore ba tlhokomele balwetse. Go bjalo?
go bjalo.
Correct?
And yesterday you said that the normal process requires a service level agreement to be signed before a license is issued, correct?
O ile mabane pele ge license e ka ntshiwa. Go be go swanetse pele go be na le service level agreement. Namile ya be le gona bja di license di kgona go ntshiwa. Go bjalo?
Ka gore service license e ntšha ke district, nka se name ka re ka botlalo-tlalo e jwalo.
Because the service license.
My apology.
Yeah.
Service level agreement.
Yeah.
E ngwala ke district ene ke mošomo wa bona le chief director. Nka se name ka re 100% nna ke tseba gore e swantse e tšwe before license.
I wouldn't say it is 100% so, because the service level agreement is being dealt with by the district as well as the chief director. I therefore then cannot completely say that it is so.
You've testified in the arbitration that it was a requirement for issuing a license. Are you saying now that that's not correct?
Well, go arbitration really wana e be le requirement or a license e tšwe. Se we be le requirement. Yale ka ba o gana jana le seo se boletšego kua go arbitration.
A kere ke gana tšana le sona jwale mara kere taba ya service level agreement e tlatša ke district ene nna se role ya ka nka se re ke boletše gore nka se re 100% e swantše e tšwe pele ya license nka be ke sa bolele nnete.
I am not dissenting with what I have said earlier on. I'm still maintaining that I'm not saying it is 100% so. I said that the people that would then compile the service level agreement or deal with the service level agreement, it would be the district. Thus, I cannot say it is 100% so in the manner in which council has put it to me.
Would you be informed before you sign the license? Would you be informed as to whether a service level agreement?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just see the hand and I saw it late, I think. You are muted, Mr. Sibara.
My apology to interrupt my senior. Can I have the page reference to the arbitration record, which my learned colleague has referred to?
It's from the 27th of November. I'll find the exact page, my lady, if I can revert to Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. It's fine.
Which date?
27 November would have been 2018.
2018. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Continue.
So, Dr. Manamela, what I'm asking you is, would you, before you sign the license, would you be told that the service level agreement has been attended to by whoever is responsible?
Pele o sign a license, e ka be o bo tswa gore service level agreement is tse lokishitswe bjale e maemong a mabotse. O bo tswa.
Awa ke be ke sa botse mara e be no ba molaleng gore ge ba tlisha request gore ba dirile mošomo ka moka.
No, I was not informed before, but it was obvious that when they bring these documents to me for me to issue the licenses, it is obvious that everything has been complied with.
And the impact of not having a service level agreement in place would mean that the NGO couldn't receive funds from the department, isn't that so?
Overall, the NGO di be di ka se hwetše masheleng ge e le hore service level agreement a sešo ya dirwa.
Le yona yo ya masheleng a ke re a iko line ya ka nka se re e jwale ke tseba ile jwale 100% because a se line ya ka ya masheleng.
Oloki, even that aspect of the funds, I wouldn't on 100% note say that it is so, because it is not under my function or under my authority.
So the question was, if there is no service level agreement between the NGO and the department, can the NGO receive?
Can I assist here? Dr. Manamela, you have explained yourself. We know the duties that you had at the time, right? And now you are being asked about the licenses. Whatever information that you have, remember, you are not in the criminal court, but whatever information that can assist us, please give it to us. If you don't know, you just say you don't know. I hope I'm clear.
Dr. Manamela, a criminal court mo, judge o lo re fa information e nngwe le nngwe e ka re thušago. Re kwana. A ke kwena bo šomana ka di-license, o šomana ka di-license. Jale, ge ba go botša dipotšišo, e go na le information o ka re thuša ka yona, re fe yona.
You are the person who can tell us about the service level agreement as to what is it that was required for you to issue licenses.
Wena o ka re botša o be go nyakegang mabapi le service level agreement pele o ka ntšha di-license. Motho o ka re botšago ke wena.
But we are not forcing you to answer. It's up to you if you want to assist us or not.
Fela ga go gapeletše go arabe. O go wena o nyaka go re thuša ka information e nyakegago o ba ga o nyake.
I hope I'm clear.
Ore wa tshepa re wa kwagala, judge.
Nna a ke gane o le thuša.
I am not refusing to render assistance, my lady.
Ke no ba
Okay.
ke sa nyake go bolela dilo tše ke seng sure ka tšona.
I just do-
Tšewa ka tsela e nngwe.
I just do not want to commit myself to something that I am not sure of, lest it gets interpreted in another way.
And
Thank you. Can we proceed? Ms. Asif?
Thank you, my lady. I'll move on, but
Yes,
the
please
question
do.
hasn't been answered.
Hmm.
Dr. Manamela, Hannah Jacobus reported to you, is that correct?
Johanna Jacobus.
Yes.
Johanna Jacobus o a report mo go wena go bjang?
Hannah.
Hannah.
Mm.
Hannah Jacobus. Hannah Jacobus. Go bjang?
go bjalo.
That's correct, my lady.
And she testified in this inquest, I'm sure you saw, and she said that the service level agreements were not in place at the time of the placement of the users, and that there were other documents also not in place. What is your comment on that?
O rile service agreement e be se gona le matlakala a mang a ba swantše o be a sainilwe a ba sa saenwa ka nako e ba letšwe ba be ba plaisiwa. O reng wena mo polelong ya gage?
A ke re yena ke yena a be a dira di-NGO, nna nka se tsebe. Ke tla tseba tše ileng tše a tlišwa mo go nna di na le mathata. Ke tše
I
ke-
would not know about that. She was dealing with the NGOs. She would know better. I would only bear knowledge of what was brought to me and the complications that were related to what was brought to me.
Ene
Just
ge
hold
kgoro-
it- just hold it there. Continue.
Tswela pele.
Ke be ke sa re e kgoro e nyaka go tseba se ke se tsebang ka moo nka se bolela e le se
A ke
ke re ge kgoro e nyaka go tseba se ke se tsebileng ka mathata ka gore go nna be ba reporta mathata nka bolela mathata a ke a tsebileng.
Now, and if the court wants me to explain or to say anything further in respect of the complaints and the problems that were brought to me, I will do so because problems were brought to my attention.
Nka fa motlhala wa se tee ka di-service level agreement.
Just one example about the service level agreements.
O ile gwa reportiwa mo go nna gore kua Shama ga se ba e bušetša districting, a se ba bušetša SLA ya bona districting ka nako.
It was reported to me that at Shama, they never returned their service level agreement to the district timeously.
Ka gore ba be ba sa e fa board ya bona ke a bona ya die ya go e bušetša go bona.
Ba be ba sa e fa board.
Ba be ba e file board
Yeah.
gore e lekolodiše pele ba saena.
The reason was that they had given that service level agreement to their board to peruse it before they could sign it.
Ke e ke ileng ka e tseba yona e gore kua Shama go bile le bothata ba gore e tlile lata.
That is what was
Yene.
brought to my attention, that the service level agreement with regard to Shama was brought over late.
Ona mo tabeng eo chief director ya ko Tshwane o ile a ba ngwala lengwalo la o tlhalosa gore nkane tše dingwe di ile tša sainiwa lata. Le
On top of
gona
that,
ge le
on top of that, the chief director at Tshwane did write a letter giving an explanation as to why there were delays.
ke be ke sa re lengwalo leo ge kgoro e le nyaka le gona la go tšwa go chief director ge e ba a le ka mo case line-eng.
And that letter, it is available if the court would want to have insight into it. If it is not in the case line, it can be made available.
Thank you, Ms. Asim.
Okay, so you said that complaints and concerns were brought to you and you've given an example. You know, do you remember when Mr. Hodis was questioning you, he took you to a memorandum you prepared, and that was in response to complaints and concerns that had been raised by the families. Do you remember that?
Wa gopola ka nako advocate Hodis a go isha dipotšišo o la go isha mo go memorandum mo mong o beng o na le di complain ka mo go le di concerns tša di family. Wa gopola?
Ke a gopola.
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that memorandum? In the memorandum, you assured the families that everything was fine.
Wa gopola wena mo memorandum o ile wa netefaletša ba di family ra wa dilo di sepela botse a gone mathata.
Ke nana gore mo go bo sena le mathata go ra gore ke dirile jwale mara
I think that
gopola ntho nngwe le nngwe.
I think that where there were no problems, that is exactly what I said. But I cannot say that I remember everything.
Did you acknowledge any problems at NGOs when you were responding to the families and the demands of the families?
E ka ba gone mathata a wileng wena wa botša ba family a beng a le kwa go di NGO ka nako o bo o ba araba mo dipotšišong tše ba beng ba na le tšona go ba matshwenyego a bona a be ba neng ba na le wona.
Nka ya raba ka hore o ya le gore na memorandum o ile wa botšiša mathata a wena. Number 2,
Memorandum o dirile?
o botšišitše ka mathata a di-NGO na.
It depends whether that memorandum was asking questions about the problems that were being encountered at the NGOs.
And then sa bobedi, ge memorandum o tlišwa, o araba dipotšišo tše ba di ngwadileng, a o loke le di-concern tše diswa e se ba di ngwale.
And secondly, when a memorandum is brought forth, one responds to the concerns or the questions that have been raised, and one does not add anything which is not relevant to what has been asked.
And sa mafelelo nkare, e re be re plana, go fitlha re ntšha balwetši ko life Esidimeni, ga se re be le mathata.
I would say that at the time when we were planning, up until we transferred the patients from life Esidimeni, we did not encounter problems. Yeah.
Ebile di-problemo tše re be re ka kgona go di solva ka nako eo.
The problems that were there were in such a way that we were able to could have dealt with them at that very time.
Mara morago ge re išitše balwetši re feditše.
But after the transfer of the patients,
ke mo re ile ra itemoela mathata.
that is when then we encountered problems.
What problems did you encounter?
Mathata afeng.
Ke nagana gore mathata a gona a mangwe nka ba ke a ngwadile ko reporting. So a ke tsebe gore
I think that some of these problems I have incorporated them into the report.
gore a ka nyaka ke ba specific or ke related to what or ke no bolela in general na.
I don't know whether council wants me to be specific or just to highlight these problems in a general form.
You say that it was only after the patients were transferred that you had problems, that you found problems at the NGOs. What problems were there? I mean, it's a specific question.
Ka morago ga di-transfer ke mo ileng la itemogela mathata. Ke mathata afe?
Re itemoetse mathata a mangwe a gore balwetši ba bangwe ba re ba sepetse ba sena dikobo tše di lekaneng, re tshwanetse re nyake dikobo.
Goba e re ke tlhaloša mongonta dikobo goba mapai.
Diaparo.
Oh, look.
Le mapai
yes. Amongst others, concern, some patients were complaining that at the time when they left, at the time of their departure to the NGOs, they did not have their clothes or sufficient clothes, and they also did not have blankets.
Mola ile gore ba le ditlhare di ile tša no shorta.
And there was also a shortage of medication.
Continue, Dr. Manamela.
Le gore le dijo di ile tša se be enough ko tše dingwe tša di-NGO.
And another problem was that in some of the NGOs, there was not sufficient food
ka gore ba sa ka ba patelwa ka nako.
because they were not paid timeously.
Ka mabaka awe le ba bangwe ba di bašomi bao re be re tseba ba le di NGO di le well equipped ka bona.
Even as a result of that, some of the workers, according to our knowledge, as we knew that the NGOs were well equipped with them. Baile?
Ba reportiwa gore
Are you
ba
done,
se
Mr.?
ba sepetse.
I think she interjected while you were still busy. So you spoke almost at the same time. If you can just repeat what you have been interpreting.
Oh, my lady. I may take a risk of interpreting and give another version.
But now she must just be warned that she shouldn't talk while you are still interpreting, because this disrupts the proceedings. I hope it's well captured on record.
O ska bolela ka nako ke bolela ke ga e kwagale mo recordong. Ke ka mo ke ga o bolele o emishe namile ka bolela ga ke fetša go bolela namile wa tšwela pele fela bjalo ke go emisha fela bjalo a re sepele ka tsela eo.
Ke a leboga.
Noted, my lady.
Continue.
My lady, I heard the witness say, as a result, some of the workers, and I didn't get the rest.
Yes, if that's
she wants to complete that.
The workers ba shumi o le ka ba shumi di NGOs ngo e tlhatholle mo.
Di NGO di le tša re botša gore ba bangwe ba bašomedi ba bona ba ile ba sepela.
The NGOs told us or reported to us that some of their workers had left.
Bale ba beng ba re boditše bona gore ba na le bona.
Those whom they had reported to us to say that they are on board.
Ye nngwe gape nkare ke taba ya go fetola madulo ga di NGO le yona ile ya ba e nngwe ya di challenge.
Furthermore, I would say that one of the other challenges was the NGOs having to change places.
Ka ge tše dingwe ba be ba boditše ba identifyang di NGO ka mafelo gomme ba tla ba hwetšwa ba sa ya moo.
Go kwisha botse ba boditše ba ne ba identifya mafelo gore ba ya kae fela ba se moo.
Fela ba se moo.
The information that they had provided to those that were identifying or were tasked with the process of identifying the places for the NGOs was found not to be correct, because when they went to those places where these NGOs had said that they are located, they were not there.
Mola ile gore ba bangwe ba balwetši ba ile ba re tlogela.
Ba ile ba tlhokofala. Whereas some of the patients had passed on.
Ene gape re a tseba gore gape re a tseba gape gore se se ileng sa direga ile ya ba gore
I think somewhere you are breaking, Dr. Manamela.
She's
very, as she speaks, she goes closer to the screen. I don't know. Continue, let's hear.
Kere ba bangwe ba di NGO le bona ba reporta gore ge ba ya kwa di clinicing ba hwetša e le gore go a tlala a ba kgone o fumana thušo ya ka bjako.
Again, and some of the NGOs reported that when they go to the clinics, they experienced a problem that it was full there. And as a result of this overcrowding, they could not receive service timeously.
Thušo ka bjako.
Is that all?
Go bjalo, o feditše?
Ke tše ke di gopolang.
They said they could not receive service timeously or promptly.
Ms. Hasim?
Thank you, Doctor. These kind of issues you're raising would have an impact on the mental health care users' health, isn't that so?
Go bjalo re mathata a o bolelang ka ona a be a ama balwetši.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
Now, one of the things that Hannah Jacobus said repeatedly is first, and she said this in the arbitration, she said, Dr. Manamela stopped the collection of paperwork from NGOs because of all the other work. It can be done afterwards. This is what she said in the arbitration. It was at page, for the record, page 28475. We don't need to go there, but that's the reference. What is your comment on that?
O reng wena mo go sewe se se boletseng ke Hannah Jacobus? O re wena o ile wa emiša mošomo wa paperwork gore a o eme re tla o bona ka morago o ka dira ka morago. O re sewe ke se bolelwa ke Hannah Jacobus kwa go arbitration mo go page yona eo ya 28475 re tla boela mo we ka morago mo page.
Sewe a se nnete.
That is not true. I know nothing about that.
Asanka ka se bolela.
I never said so.
Le gona ke dirile health. Motho o mongwe le o mongwe wa health.
O dirile health reng o re o badile o dirile dithuto tša health.
Ke nyako rialo.
Okay.
Wa tsebe gore ge ntho nngwe le nngwe o e dirang ge o se o ngwale ko re a se o e dire o ka se re ke tla dira ke tla ngwala ka bošiu a e jwale ka health motlho mongwe.
Go lokile. Again, I want to say that I have studied health, and in my field of study, it is impressed upon that one should record everything that they do. It cannot be put off to be done later on or the following day.
Ga e go ntho eo ya gore ke re tla e dira ka moso a e go
There is nothing like that. To the effect that I said, we will do it tomorrow. Nothing at all. It means that when you did not record what you were supposed to, it's as equal as not having done it at all.
And at
that time, I was no longer on duty. Everyone was just shifting the blame towards me. Even in circumstances whereby their rules, according to their expertise, were against that conduct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, I
Rochelle
don't know.
Gordon,
I'm
do you
sorry
know?
to interrupt you. I don't know how far you're still going to go, but I just want to remind you that there was that list of deaths. I don't know whether you're still going to deal with it. The one that we received on email. Have you dealt with that?
I did refer to it already, and I might come back to it in the course of today, but it has been emailed to everyone and given an exhibit number.
Yeah, because I don't know whether you have not exhausted the evidence on general questions, because I don't know how far, and I don't want to disrupt you because I don't know the line that you're going to take. So just be careful and deal with the issues. It's fine. Continue.
As the court pleases. Dr. Manamela, do you know Rochelle Gordon?
Come again?
Rochelle Gordon.
Yes.
She confirmed what Hannah Jacob said about you interfering in the licensing process. She confirmed that during her testimony at the inquest.
Wa bona hore wena o dira process ya license e ska sepela botse. Se se be se bolela ke Hannah le wo Rochelle o dumelana le yena re go bjalo.
Go ra gore a ka no dumella le yena ka gore Rochelle le yena o be a se skin sa gage ka mabaka a.
Yes. It is so that she can agree, Rochelle can agree with Hannah, because she was also trying to save her bacon, her skin.
And is that the same for Mrs. Sanello, who also confirmed that that you had interfered in the licensing, in the collection of paperwork?
E ka ba go bjalo le se o se bolelago o se bolela le ka o Miss Sanello ge a re wena o bo o tsenelela mabapi le mošomo wa paperwork be swantše e dirwe ebile o tsenelela ka tsela e leng gore ga se a swanela.
A ke bone mo Masinelo a reng
Just a second, my lady. Just a second. Just a second.
Yes, I see your hand.
Thank you, my lady. If I can just request my colleague to direct us, where in the evidence, in the inquest record, did Ms. Sinello said Dr. Manamela interfered with the collection of papers, and as well as Rochelle Gordon, where she said Dr. Manamela interfered specifically with the collection of papers. Thank you, my lady.
My lady, the references for Ms. Gordon is at page 43070 and page 70, and then at 43235.
43070 and 43235.
And her statement that was submitted as part of the inquest, and that was at page 4000 and something, and I just need to get the correct reference.
That is her statement.
But it's her written statement, and as I recall, it was all in capital letters, that statement.
Okay.
And then for Mrs. Sanello, the reference is 40999.
40999.
Yes. And 40594. And I would also refer for Mrs. Sanello to page 4065324. That's where she said Dr. Manamela. 4065324, where she said Dr. Manamela didn't want to hear concerns.
40653.
224, yeah.
406532.
24.
40653-4.
Oh, dash 4.
And in fact, and just to for the sake of completeness, the same was confirmed by Dr. Lenkwane.
Okay, let's just verify the page 40653-4.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I see the witness is looking at the pages. I don't know whether you are not saying she should go to the pages, isn't it?
I've put the proposition to her, my lady, of what was said and who confirmed it.
My lady, if I may propose, is it not best that like we're doing it the previous days, so that the context can reflect correct? If we can put it on the screen, that this is what on page 40653 Sinolo had said. What is your response about that?
Mr. Sibara, are you going to? I don't know. But isn't it? This is the evidence that was there. If you have problems, you can deal with that during your sort of re-examination. There is no need for us to go there, because I mean to go to all these pages to say this is where she has said this.
Thank you, my lady.
I'm just thinking that yes. Okay. I mean, why do you want us to go back? Yes.
I really appreciate the guidance of the court, my lady. However, the context of what is put to the witness might not appear to be exactly what a particular witness had said. And the answer which this witness is going to give, it is likely going to be distorted by virtue of the context.
Is it not going to be dealt with by yourself? You have asked for these references. Those references have been given. So if you find something different, then that is upon you to deal with it. And the court has been given these references, isn't it?
It's in order. It's in order. It's okay.
Yes, but
thank you, madam.
Thank you. Proceed, Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Manamela, would you agree that the process was rushed? This particular process of
did she answer just before you go to the? Did she answer this question, because you were interrupted when you dealt with the issue of Ms. Sinuela regarding the collection of paperwork?
So what I put to the witness is that what Dr. Ms. Jacobus said about the licensing process.
What Ms. Gordon said in confirmation of what was said by Ms. Jacobus.
It was all confirmed by Ms. Gordon, Ms. Sinello, and Dr. Lenkwane. And I've given the references.
Okay, just a second. Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Hassan has, in fact, just dealt with that. Her last statement before Mr. Sibara interposed was that it was also confirmed by Dr. Lenkwane, and that was not responded to by the witness.
Dr. Lenkwane, Ms. Sinello.
No, the last one was also confirmed by Dr. Lenkwane. I thought it was
Ms. Didn't you talk about? She said Ms. Sinello, unless if I didn't pick it the right way, pick it up. But then, yes, you are correct. As you just interjected, she has already dealt with this one by Ms. Gordon and Ms. Jacobus. But the last one, I'm not sure whether that was when she was interjected here.
No, my lady, she dealt with Ms. Sinello.
Is that so?
Then after that, she said it was also confirmed by Dr. Lenkwane. That was the last statement.
I haven't picked that up. I haven't picked that up. Can I hear Mr. Profi?
Apologies to interject, my lady, but my notes reflect the same as the court's notes, that the question reflected to Ms. Sinello, and then when the discussion between the Mr. Sibara's question, then Dr. Lenkwane came in, but we left it at Ms. Sinello before.
Yes.
So there's no.
So this was not yet answered. I think the one of Ms. Dr. Lenkwane came later, but it was in the process.
Correct, madam. That's how I have it.
Mr. Interpreter, can you assist us, or can that be clarified?
It's very true. it is very true what is being said by counsel. We ended at Ms. Sinello, but the witness had not yet given an answer on Ms. Sinello.
Correct.
And while we were still there, Ms. Hasim quickly wanted to chip in Dr. Linkwane, but you, my lady, you stopped it. You said, let us first deal with Ms. Sinello, which we haven't dealt with.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
There you are, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. It seems that it must then be dealt, or the witness must deal with both Ms. Sinello and
yes.
Dr. Linkwane.
Correct, yes.
As your ladyship pleases.
Can you take it from there, counsel?
Dr. Manamela, I had put to you that Ms. Sinello confirmed what Ms. Jacobus said. What is your comment on that? The comment that Ms. Sinello agreed with Ms. Jacobus.
Wabona ase Hana Jacobo se fela ite se a se bolejego se tateletswa ke Rachel Gordon ase ena fela se tateletswa le ke Miss Sinello ga mmogo le Dr. Linkwane ba dumelana ka ntwe teng o re mowewe
ntwe nka e bolelang ke tlo gopela kgoro gore ke bone ditaba tša Sinello le tša le mme Sophie ka gore ke be ke le gona
mme Sophie
mme Dr. Sophie Linkwane ke be ke le gona ge ba fa botlhatsi.
Yes, I was there when Ms. Sinello and Dr. Linkwane were giving evidence. I would like then these versions which is being said that they agree with one another over, they must be presented to me so that I can see whether indeed it is so.
Ka gore nna ke tseba ya mme Jacobus le ya Rochelle yona ke ibone ba re yalo ba re di license ing ba a ke a ibona ifela ke be ke sa fetša.
Ya maganya, in respect of Hannah Jacobus and Rachel Gordon, that I agree with that. I have seen that piece of evidence where they agree with one another. But with regard to these other two, Sinello and Dr. Linkwane, this I do not have. I would like it to be presented to me.
Le gona ya Rochelle le Hannah ke be ke sa ya raba ya bane ban thibela ke gopela go ifeleletša.
I was still, while we're still there, I was still giving an answer or responding to the question that was put to me in respect of Hannah and Gordon, and I was interrupted. Can I proceed to finish off my answer?
Ms. Hasim?
Sorry, my lady, she can finish the answer.
She says she didn't finish the answer in relation to what you put to her regarding Miss Gordon and Miss Jacobus.
I thought she did respond.
Yes, but she says she didn't finish. She said she was stopped.
I see.
I don't know who stopped her. If she didn't finish, she can finish. What she said was that she can agree with that because the person was trying to save her skin, something like that. So we thought she was finished.
No. Be ke sa nyaka gore ke tliše ke boletše ka ya gore ba save skin sa bona.
Yes, I did say that they were saving their bacon. Now I want to further then add by saying
wa kgonega gore ge di district tše 4 tšona di dira di license tšona ke se ka di thibela mara ke thibele ya tshwane na ya ntlaba gore how because a se ke ngwale letter.
Now, how possible it is that 4 districts can comply with the issuing of licenses, and I did not stop them. The only one that I interfered with is Tswane. It baffles me as to how does that happen, because I never even wrote a letter.
I never even telephone anybody, Karaska the right process.
Is the first part is on record, my lady.
Yes, yes.
And I never interfered with anyone and said to them that they should not follow the processes.
I never called a meeting and announced it in the meeting.
It's on record, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
So
I'm no longer going to warn you. I'll just keep quiet. You do as you please, Miss Manamela.
Tswela pele, doctor. Gore ka sa go kgala, tswela pele.
go a tla ba gore ke no e batho ba ba di coordinator di 5 mo Gauteng province ka no di 5
okay
for di district tse 5 ka no kgetha Rochelle gore yena tshwana a ska dira proper work ya documentation.
All these coordinators, they are all in all 5 in number for the 5 districts. I'm still saying that it's surprising as to why would I pick up on Rochelle and tell her not to comply with processes.
Okay, is that all?
Over DJ. That would be all.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Manamela, just to be clear, you've also responded to the question on Ms. Sinello?
She didn't. She says she wants to see.
Oh.
He says he was listening to the evidence. She didn't hear them saying that. So she wants to see where they have said what you have put to him.
Did you hear Ms. Sinello saying Dr. Manamela was always domineering and did not want... Dr. Manamela was always domineering and did not want to listen to us.
Omokwele Misinelo ga re wena Dr. Manamela o bo fela o tsenelela moshomong wa bona o sa nyake le go ba theletša ge ba go sebotša go ba bolela.
Ke yona e ntla ba gore ge motho a dominera o ra gore ke be ke rile ba ska ka re di license a di diro bošaedi. That's why ke nyaka go bona mo a ibolelang. Domineering ke tla ifetola.
I will respond to the domineering, but that's what baffles me. When a person is domineering, does that mean that they should not do their work accordingly?
Just hold it there, Mr. Sibara. I just wanted the interpreter to finish.
I kept quiet as well. That's why I kept quiet. If
Can the witness step aside, please?
Ngo jwale ka thokonya.
This is exactly what I said about clubbing the questions in one tail, including Sinello, Linkwani with Jacobus and Rochelle. Now, my learned colleague puts a different context to the question she had put initially about Dr. Manamela interfering with the collection of papers. My learned colleague put a question to my client that Linkwani, Sinello will confirm what Godan and Jacobus had told this inquest about collection of papers. Now, it would seem that my learned colleague has flown off that question and she's coming with a new version and context that Dr. Manamela was domineering. Is this the same in line with the NGOs or is a different question altogether? Because we are still waiting for the... Sorry, my lady, before can I just complete? We're just still waiting for... Thank you, my lady. We are waiting for the answer from the witness, which my late colleague had put, which my senior advocate, Van Bergen, and advocate Profi had specifically cleared it off. It included Linkwani and Sinello on the collection of papers. Now, on Sophie Linkwani and Sinello on the collection of papers, we have not even finished it because the witness want to see.
I think yes, but then I hear that and then continue.
Now, the further development of a question by Leonard colleague, it talks to Dr. Manamela domineering. Are we then off the question of collection of papers at the NGOs, which my Leonard colleague suggested to the witness that it was confirmed by Sinello and Linkwani? Are we off that question so that the witness cannot be confused? We've got domineering and collection of papers.
Mr. Sibara, you have spoken your mind. Now you are repeating. We have heard the crux of what you wanted to to submit before court. Ms. Asim?
My lady, what I am putting to the witness is not really that confusing. It is about the licensing of the NGOs and whether the process was properly followed.
Yes, but
right.
What Mr. Sibara wants to know is whether you have moved away from the previous question now into a new one.
Because it's a theme, my lady, it's a theme. The questions are questions on one theme, which is that there wasn't proper licensing of the NGOs. And I'm putting several parts of evidence that has been led before the inquest already, where people have said that the process was not properly followed. One part of that process was the collection of the paperwork. I've put now several statements to the witness from various people who basically are saying...
I hear you, but what Mr. Sibara wants to understand is whether, because the witness has not answered the previous question, where she said she wants you to refer to that particular evidence, now you came up with another question. That's what he wants to know. I'm just reiterating what he's saying.
My lady, the question was about Ms. Sanello, and she says she didn't, at least what I understood is she had responded. I then put another statement from Ms. Sanello to her.
What she said, what she said was that she wanted to see that with that evidence. That is what she said.
I thought that we had clarified, my lady. I'll give you all the references, but if we're going to go to
the references you have given, I don't know when she says does she want to go to see those specific pages or what? I don't know.
I mean, I'm more inclined to then move off the topic rather than delay, my lady.
Come again?
If we're going to do that, I would rather move on rather than delay.
Okay, I saw Mr. Sibara was raising a hand. I don't know whether he still wants to go back to the same issue. Mr. Sibara?
Lady, if my colleague is going to move off that question, I have no qualms about that. Okay. I'm okay. I'm content.
Okay. Please move on.
Let me just signal for the witness, my lady.
Okay.
My lady, for the purposes of the record, can I at least give the references to what I said about Ms. Sanello's statement and Dr. Lenkwane, because I started that and I didn't get to finish it. It's just the references. For Ms. Sanello, it's page 40594.
Yes.
And for Dr. Lenkwane, it's at page 355.
Page 355.
Yes, my lady. And I can't remember whether I gave the references for Rochelle Gordon, but I'm sure my learned friend will let me know.
Okay, but you have already given us those references, isn't it, previously?
Not sure if I've given all, my lady.
Yes, what you were supposed to give us, you said you don't know the page of her statement, but you gave us two references.
Oh, yes. Yes. The reference I gave was to her evidence in the inquest, where she was talking to the statement, but not the actual statement, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you, my lady. I'll move on then.
Yes, please move on.
So, Manamela, the next proposition I put to you is...
let me just say, just for the purpose of the interpretation, Ms. Hasim has also given these 2 pages. I think the other one was from the previous pages that she gave with regard to what she said to the witness in respect of Ms. Sinuelo, which is 40594. And with regard to Dr. Lingwane, she gave a page of 355.
Jwale go ne di page tša faneng ka tšona council Hasim wa gopola o le a fana ka dinomoro tše dintšhi mabapi le Rochelle Godano re file le be le 43070 a re fa le 43235 a re botša re o dirile le statement fela a gopole letlakala la gona gore no ke page statement se se hwetšagala mo page mang namile a re fa le page ye nngwe gape mabapi le Mesinelo mo ka hwetšagalang ntlo a bolelago ka yona a e boletšego kwa go arbitration o re file 40999 namile a re fa gape le 40594 mabapi le Dr. Lenkwane o re file page 355 ke tšona di page tše uetše ge o nyaka go bala gore batho ba ba rileng o ka ya mo go tšona.
But not now, we are proceeding, right?
Yeah, a re bolele bjale
deal with that
ga
at
se
your
o
own
dutse
time.
gae o ne nako ya gago gona bjale re tšwela pele.
Yes,
Mara ke kgopela o fetola pele re tšwela pele ka gore e tla tšwelela kwa go cancel gore e jwale ke swantse ke phetolele yona.
Miss, you were not there when you were excused when we were discussing these issues. So council has decided to move on, right?
All right.
Bjale
She's just giving you these references so we can continue.
bjale wona o le go fa di page tše ge kwa fela wena o botse gona ka nako o ba go bolelwa mo le putšhelo bo nyaka ya re sa ya ra ba o tšwela pele o ya kwešiša le baemedi ba gago ba tseba ba kwešiša gore ga sa tšwela pele ka putšo ela o tšwela pele ka ye nngwe ntshwa. Understood, my lady?
Yes, Ms. Hasim?
As the court pleases. Dr. Manamela, would you agree that the process of licensing new NGOs for this project was rushed?
Wa dumela gore tshepedišo ya go fana ka di-license go di-NGO tše ntshwa ile ya sepela ya sepedišo ka pele batho ba ba re mo go bona dirang ka pele nako e reme ka phefo.
Yeo nka no dumelana le yona.
Yes, I can agree with that.
Continue.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to take you to a license now, and this is for Precious Angels. And it's at page,
yes.
Sorry, it's at page 20326.
Ya go letlakaleng leuwe ke license mabapi le Precious Angels or page 20326.
Do you see it?
Wa e bona ba ntšhitše mo screening.
Ke a bona.
Yes, I do.
And
I
this was
also have
signed
it.
by you, correct?
E sign ko wena ke go bjang.
Go bjalo.
Correct.
And was it signed on the 1st of April 2016?
Go bjalo.
Yes.
And the license is signed on 1st April 2016 and for the period starting 1st April 2016 for a year, correct?
Correct.
And the address of the NGO is Linwood Road. Do you see that?
Oh, I want to lay address here NGO ye. Yes, I do see that.
And did Precious Angels ever operate from Linwood Road?
No.
Yeah, okay.
My apology, Cholampili. Sorry to interrupt.
Willing? No.
No, my apology. No, sorry.
No. The answer is no.
Okay, thanks. There's another license for Precious Angels at page 304.
30?
411.
On a license, on a pressure and just go page 30411.
And do you see it, Doctor?
Why one?
Just bear with me. I think there's something wrong here. Just want to. Yes, continue. Thank you.
This license is signed by Dr. Celebano. Do you see that?
Yes, I negative Dr. Sullivan. Why one? Yes.
Now, do you recall this? Was this also signed on the 1st of April 2016, as is suggested by this document?
Leona is a negative 1st April 2016.
Given under my hand at Johannesburg this day. By feel gabotse. Tšatši rena re signa re swantse o ba re ngwadile o re ke signile leng
this is how I would like to explain it. And I would like to do it in English, my lady.
Yes, let it proceed.
English here.
It says, given under my hand at Johannesburg.
What does this mean?
Day, to us, it meant they brought it to me this day.
Brought it to who? Who is this me? To you?
To me. Let me say in the site, the one for my site, to me, Esimaga, with Dr. Manamela. They brought it to me to start on this day. So that's how it meant. And then what we omitted.
You're proceeding now. The interpreter can go. Now I'm just saying you are proceeding now in English, so the interpreter can go.
I'm not saying that, my lady. The interpreter asked me to say this in English. It's fine. Let me do it.
Yes, but I think you have exceeded that. You have said what you wanted to say, but then you continued.
Okay. I
would like to switch over then, my lady, to the pedi. Let me finish off by saying
license delivery ka tšatši leo rena ge re signa re be re swanetše o ba re ngwadile date ya rena ya gore ke sign ka di 23 tša May, for example, under signature.
If these licenses were delivered to us, my lady, we were then supposed to sign on that particular day. For example, if they were delivered on the 23rd of May, then one was supposed to undersign it according to the date of delivery.
Correct interpreter. Di delivery ka tšatši le ke le boletše mo ka English ya ke re one day.
Di delivery ka di 1 tša April.
Mara re be re swanetše.
Let me explain it, my lady, according to what is flighted on the screen here. These licenses were delivered on the 1st of April, according to what is written on the document on the screen. Yes?
Re be re swanetše gore ge re fetša go signa nna mola le HOD.
Now, we were supposed to do this after having signed there. That is myself, and the HOD.
Re attach date ya gore ke signile ke le Dr. Manamela ka I gave example.
Now we are supposed to attach a date that says I, as Dr. Manamela, signed this license on,
For example, 23 May 2016.
for example, 23 May 2016. I'm just giving an example.
Jwale re omitile eo ke phoso.
We omitted to do so. It's a mistake.
Continue. Is that all from your side, Dr. Manamela?
Dr. Manamela.
Ke feditše, ke a leboha.
Yes. I'm
Ms.
done, my
Hassan?
lady.
So is your answer that this was not signed on the first day of April?
Ala sign ka di first of April. Ke karabo ya gago.
A ke gopolo re signe ka bokae ka dikae mara be ke tlhalosa le sentence ya mafelelo.
I do not remember when did we sign, but I was just explaining the last sentence.
Se nka se bolelang ke gore re swanetse re be re ba file tsona pele balwetši ba ya. So
What I can say, what I can say is that we were supposed to give them these licenses before they could receive the patients.
Right.
Ke be ke re le jwale di rile ge mme Jacobos a se no di tlisha mo go nna gore ke di sign.
After Ms. Jacobos had brought these licenses for me to append my signature on them,
Ka mo fa tsona gore a di tsamaišetše ko di districting.
I gave them back to her to take them to the districts.
Okay.
Dr. Manamela, we hear all these explanations. What are you telling us? Are you saying to us that these licenses were not signed on that particular day, the 1st of April? That date as it is being reflected there. Are you saying given under my hand does not mean that you or the HOD signed it on that particular day? Or were they signed on that particular day?
Ekaba di license di signwe ka tšatši lewe goba di a signwa ka tšatši lewe ke wena le HOD ka di 1st tša April.
Ke tla re a sore di ra gore di signwe ka tšatši leo. Ga di a signwa ka tšatši leo.
They were not signed on the date reflected in this document, my lady.
Le ge e le gore a ke gopolo di signwe
Just before
neng.
then, she said she said it doesn't mean that they were not they were signed on that particular day. Then the next sentence was they were not signed on that particular day. That's how I picked it up.
Thank you, my lady.
Ya go fetša nkare.
Just a second. You have explained a lot, doctor.
Okay.
Just a second. Yes, I don't want you to repeat what you have said. What is it that you want to say, doctor?
A ke tsebe le re se ba se tshwere ke be ke nyaka gore a ke gopole di date tša gona tše dingwe di kana ba di signwe ka morago tše dingwe ka tšatši leo.
I want to say that I cannot remember the date on which they were signed. Some could have been signed on the date reflected here, and some could have been signed on the date after the one reflected here.
Continue, Ms. Hassim.
Thank you,
I
my
see,
lady.
no, I see it's about 16 minutes past 11.
We-
Perhaps
we-
we should
we
take
could
a
pause.
break now. The witness can be warned. We'll resume at 11:30.
Re tla boa ka fast 11 o ska boledišana le motho ka bohlatse bja gago ya kwana.
Ke a kwešiša.
Witness one, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please your ladyship.
As the court pleases.
Dr. Maname.
Ke a leboha, my lady.
So noted, my lady.
I think just sit properly, Dr. Manamela. Yeah, that's much better. But don't move very close to the screen.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Mella. We left off where you said that the license could have been signed on 1 April 2016 or after. I want to move off from the date now to the location of the NGO. So it's Precious Angels, just to remind you. And if you look a bit further up on that page, you'll see it's at the following address, Kalafong Hospital premises. Do you see that?
Oh, yalo. Oh, I wanna ba le kae. Precious Angels.
Ke a
Ba
bona,
shomela kua Kalafong.
ke a bona.
Correct.
But it never operated from these premises, did it?
Well, bolela thirisho. Ba ba sa shomele mo. Kua Kalafong.
I think e operate ka mabaka a.
Yes, they did not operate there on the following reasons. Remote.
I ke no re a think ba operate. Ke re usually ke
No.
tlohele mo.
No, let me just retract that last statement. Let me simply say that, yes, they never operated from these premises and ended just there.
Thank you. Instead, they used premises, a house in Attridgeville and a house in Danville, isn't that so?
Owelo was Shumisha Ntlukwa Attridgeville kwa Danville.
Go jwale.
That is correct.
And they were never given a license to operate from those houses, isn't that so?
Well, a license ba filwe yona. Ebe sa ba fa license ya go shomela mo mafelong a ua mabedi ao e leng Attridgeville le Danville. O bjalo.
A ke sa gopola ka gore ke kgale, a ke sa gopola gabotse mo.
I cannot remember well because it's been long.
Well, I put it to you, Dr. Manamela, that they never received a license to operate from Attridgeville or Danville.
O nyaka go botša. O re wa go botša bjale. O re ga ba sa nka ba fiwa license ya go šomela kua Attridgeville goba kua Danville.
Oh.
Yes.
But you're aware that mental health care users were sent to Precious Angels at those houses.
E ka ba o botse ba re balwetši ba rometšwe kua go Precious Angels ka mantšu a mangwe gona ko mafelong a ua mabedi a ue.
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I am aware.
And you're aware that the manager was Ms. Ethel Mube.
Gape wa tseba re o e be le manager ya mowe e be le Miss Ethel Ngube.
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I know that.
And did you know that she was not trained to care for mental health care users?
O bo tseba re bjale o Ethel Ngube. O ba sena le mangwalo ba sa tlhatlhwa. A sa trainwa gore a ka šoma ka balwetši ba mohuta uwe wa go lwala ka monaganong.
Ke be ke sa tsebe fela o na le sebe ke se tsebang gannyane ka yena.
I did not know that, but however, I had slight information about her. O nyaka go tšwela pele?
Ke ba ke dumela go e bolela ya gore
If I'm allowed to share this slight information, I'll go ahead.
gore Mengube o be a rana NGO ye nngwe ba re ke Magabongwe.
What I knew about her is that she was running another NGO by the name of Magabongwe.
Gona kua Tshwane.
In Tshwane.
So ka mantswe a mangwe ge o bona motho a be a rana NGO o ka no re o ra gore bentse le yena.
Now, when you see a person who has been running an NGO,
O ra gore be a attenda di training ja department.
that means that person has been attending trainings that were provided by the department
Mengwaga eo ka moka.
all these years. Over it.
Ke feditše.
That's it.
And the NGO that you were aware of, was that a 24-hour residential NGO or not?
NGO o bolelago ka yona go botse ba ka yona e be e šoma 24 hours goba hour.
A ke gopole botse mara nka no checka.
I do not have a proper recollection of that, but I can check it out.
Re be re na le ja day, re be re na le ja 24 hour.
Because we had NGOs running daily or during the day, and the others running on a 24-hour scale.
But there's a big difference between a day care center and a 24-hour care center, wouldn't you agree? Big difference as to what is required.
Well, go ne phapang ke a di swane lefelo le la go šoma mo letšatšing fela a le swane le šomang ka 24 hours.
Le ge go na le phapano ge re ba trainer ba itla di meeting di training ha re ba kgethologantši ba no trainiwa ka moka ka mošomo o.
Even if there is a difference, when we provide these trainings, we do not separate them accordingly. We just provide the training for all of them on the same scale.
Le gona ge re ba bitša for expansion le di new NGO. A sa nka ra ba kgetholla ra re ge ba o dira day o se ke wa apply ge ba o dira 24 or jwale.
Even when we call them for an expansion, we never, with the new NGOs, we never partitioned them and said to them, you are doing a daily service and you are doing a 24-hour service. We never did that.
Re no re ba ba ka bonang ba ka kgona go expanda ba ka no tšwelela.
We gave them an option that those who want to expand, they are at liberty to can do so.
Can you just confirm, Dr. Manamela, all of the patients that were transferred from Life Esidimeni were sent to residential 24-hour care centers, isn't that so?
E ka ba go bjalo balwetši ka moka ba ileng ba tlošwa ko go Life Esidimeni ba ile ba išwa go mafelo a ile a ba a šoma 24 hours a ile re be le mafelo a go dula batho a se mafelo a beetšweng ka thoko a leng designated go shomana le balwetši ba mofuta o re bolelang ka ona.
Eke kwa gabotse balwetši ba ba tlileng ko life Esidimeni be ba nyaka bona gore mo ba yang ba robale ka ibe ijwale.
The patients that were taken from life Esidimeni to the NGOs, they wanted to be accommodated in a place where they would be able to sleep there. That is how bluntly I may put it.
Yeah. So Ms. Ngube testified that she had her previous experience was in looking after children, not adult mental health care users, and that you told her to take the adults and she would get children later. What do you say to that?
Ms. Ngube na ya ka mokgo a hlahlilweng ka gona o ba a hlahlilwe go tlhokomela bana ebile a ba tlhokomela fela ka letšatši mo letšatšing go tloga forogo ga go fihla maitsiboa. Bjale lena namile la raua a tšee balwetši bona ba re bolelang ka bona ba yena o ba sa tlhatlhwa go ka tlhokomela balwetši ba go lwala ka monaganong. Lena le mmoditše raua bana ba tlatla ka morago e dio tšea le bona ba tšea di-patient tše.
A ke gopole ke botša motho gore bana ba tlatla ka morago ka baka la gore
Emaganya, I do not remember saying to any person that the children will come later. And I'm saying that because
le ge ba wela ko di-districting
Emaganya, o re ge ba e dira
le ge di-NGO di le ko di-districting
yeah,
go bile le mabaka ao meeting o be o biletšwa ko provinceng. Go bile le mabaka ao meeting o be o tshwarwa provinceng.
Even when the NGOs were at the district, there were reasons that led to the meeting to be held at the national.
Go provincing
At the province.
Nako tše meeting o bo tshwarwa ko provinceng.
There were times whereby these meetings were held at the provincial level.
Ene ka mabaka a mantši meeting o bo tšhera ke nna.
In most cases, these meetings were chaired by myself.
Ene ga go na le mo re kileng ra re ko meeting ra re di-NGO tše.
And at no stage in that meeting did we say that these NGOs
ba dire mmereko o bona ba ka sekeng ba o kgona.
That they should continue in executing duties that or which they were not able to.
Ibe e le choice ya bona ba botša rena gore ba ka kgona balwetši ba ba kae ba ba bjang bjalo.
It was their choice. They are the ones who told us that how many patients can they accommodate and etc.
So when Ms. Ngube says to this inquest that you knew that she wasn't skilled to take care of these patients when operating a 24-hour care center, you are saying she never told you that?
Ms. Ngube, yena ba sa tlhatlhwa o ka tlhokomela balwetši ba go swana le ba re bolelang ka bona mo ba go lwala ka monaganong ebile gape yena go ya ka mošomo wa gagwe le ka tlhatlho ya gagwe o tlhatlhilwe go šoma fela o tloga forogo go fihla maitsiboa.
Just a second, my lady. I can see the court.
I'm listening to the just a second, Mr. Interpreter. I'm worried about. I'll come to you. The interpretation. I don't think the message was.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If you can repeat what you said, Dr. Manamela. Oh, not Dr. Manamela, counsel. If you can rephrase what you have just asked the witness. I don't know where the interpreter missed it.
What let me try to rephrase that. I said that Ms. Mube testified before this inquest that Dr. Manamela knew that she didn't have the skills to take care of adult mental health care users and to run a 24-hour care center.
Okay.
And wena o reng o re a go bealo na ka mokgwa Ms. Ngube a bolelang ka gona gore wena Dr. Manamela o bo tseba gore ga a tlhatla go ka šomana le balwetši ba go lwala ka monaganong ebile gape ka mokgwa ena a tlhatlhilweng ka gona ke go šomana le bana go tloga forogo wa go fitla maitsebong o re ge a bolela bjalo ga a bolele nnete na.
Just a second. I think Mr. Sibera had something to say.
Sorry, my lady, and then the question follows.
Oh, just finish the last part, yes.
Yeah.
The question was whether Dr. Manamela did have that conversation with Ms. Ngube or not, whether she disputed it.
Ge a be a thui e ka ba wena o ile wa boledišana go ya ka polelo a fetšang go botsana o ile wa boledišana le Ms. Ngube ka polelo ena.
Yes, before you answer.
Pelo ka araba.
Mr. Sibara? You are muted.
As please the court, my lady. I think with the addition which my learned colleague has just added now, I withdraw my objection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you respond? Did you hear the question?
Can it be repeated?
What counsel wanted to find out from you is that while Ms. Ngube testified that you knew she was not skilled to take care of the mental health care users?
Yale, se a nyakang go tseba ka sona o ne polelo o Ms. Ngube a re wena o bo tseba gore ga a tlhatlwa a trainiwa ebile ga ane le bokgoni ba go ka šomana le balwetši ba lwalang ka monaganong.
I'll refer to that as adult mental health care users.
E le gore ke batho ba bagolo mo mengwageng a se bana.
And that she was only skilled to take care of children.
Le gore yena o ba tlhatlhilwe go šomana le bana le go tlhokomela bana.
Now, the question was, did you have that conversation with her?
Bana ba tlhokomela go tloga forogo wa go fitla maitseboa.
Correct.
Namile o feditše. Bjale e ka ba go bjalo re wena o ile wa boledišana le Ms. Ngube ka yona polelo e fetšang go e beya mo go wena na?
Aowa, nna a senke ke boledišane le yena ka yona.
No, I never had such a conversation with her, my lady.
Thank you.
And when Ms. Ngube says, as she did in her statement, that she reported her financial status to you, and that because she had not been subsidized by the department, she was not going to have enough money to care for the patients. What is your response to that? Because she specifically mentioned that she discussed that.
Ebile o e boletše le mo statementeng sa gagwe a re o ile a go tlhalošetša yena o ne mathata maemo a ditšhalete tša gagwe a ba sa ema botse ebile o ba sa khwetse le subsidy go tswa go department bjale o tlo bana le mathatanyana mabapi le tša mašeleng go ka tlhokomela balwetši.
Nna ke be ke sa be le one-on-one meeting le batho ba NGO.
I did not have a one-on-one meetings with the NGOs.
Ko di meeting tše ke beng ke di bitša.
The meetings that I presided upon,
Ki bo NGO be ba botswa gore ba free go tšwela pele le goba go se tšwele pele.
in those meetings, the NGOs were told that they were free to proceed in rendering their services or to terminate their services. Over it.
Ke feditše.
That's it. That's my answer.
Continue, Ms. Asi.
Thank you, my lady. And then, Dr. Manamela, do you recall that Dr. Lenkwane and I think a few others from the team went to visit Precious Angels and do a report in July 2016?
Ka ba wa tseba gore Dr. Lenkwane le ba bang ba le šoma le bona le team ka mantswe ba ile ba ya go etela kua Precious Angels namile ge ba fetša mo ba dira report. Report e be le ka ha ba e dira e be le ka July mo kgweding eo ya July 2016.
Ke a tseba.
Yes, I am aware.
Just to refresh your memory, just so you see it, it's at page 586 of case line.
More case line go page 586.
It starts at the bottom of 586 and then it continues onto the next page.
Oh, e ka ba wa e bona. Po 586 kwa mafelelong namile ya tswelela pele mo letlakaleng le le latelago la 587.
And in essence, it reports that there were very serious problems at Precious Angels, including that they didn't have a license, insufficient food and blankets, and poor quality of care. Do you remember that?
Wa gopola ka bokopane fela report go be go na le mathata kwa Precious Angels. Ba sena license, ba sena diaparo, ba sena mapai, ebile seemo sa go tlhokomela go balwetši e be le seemo se se fase ka kudu. O bjalo. E ka ba go bjalo, doctor?
You're muted, Dr. Manamela.
Muted.
My apology. Ke kgopela go e lebella mo ye ke tshwereng ka re mo a ke di bone ke tše nyane ka matla.
Can I be given an opportunity to look at the document that I have? Because the one that's highlighted on the screen has got a very small font.
You can do so.
Dira bjalo.
Okay, only 586 to 540, 586 to 587.
Yes, I have had insight into the contents of 586 to 587.
Is that where you wanted her to look, Ms. Hasim? Because I see that report ends on 589.
My lady, it's sufficient. The point I'm putting to the witness is that what the report shows is a poor quality of care at Precious Angels.
Okay.
O re le ga go le bjalo o boletša ka bokopana fela o di nyaka report eo e bontšha le go bolela ka maemo a ba a sa jišing tše di welago wa Precious Angels e bolela gore go be go sena license go be go sena dijo go be gape go sena le mapai ebile maemo a tlhokomelo ya balwetši e be le maemo a kwa fase o bjalo na? Yes, I can see that.
Do you agree that there was a poor quality of care at Precious Angels?
Wa dumela gore maemo a tlhokomelo ya balwetši e be le a kwa fase kwa Precious Angels?
Go ya ka report e go bjalo.
According to this report, it is so.
And that was compiled by Dr. Lenkwane on 20 July. There's another report that was compiled about a week later, 28 July 2016. Could you please just have a look at that to refresh your memory? 20423.
Yale, report ye nngwe e ngwadilwe ke Dr. Lengwane e bele ka di 20 tša July 2016. Beke ka morago ga mowe namile go bana le report ye nngwe ya di 28 tša July 2016. Ngwe lebelele e mo go page 20423.
20423.
23.
Yes, my lady. Yes, I can see that.
Yes, it's the audit checklist and it's for precious angels. And if you just have a quick look through, you'll see it confirms the earlier report of poor quality of care.
We bala e dumelana le ela ya mathomo ela mabapi le o seemo se se bua fase sa tlhokomelo ya balwetse kwa Precious Angels. Yes, I can see that.
And Precious Angels, despite this,
just hold on. Yes.
Let me take a step back, my lady. So by 28 July 2016, there were 9 patients who died at Precious Angels. And we'll see that from the death table. And we'll display that for you as well.
Mo dating yona yo ya di 28 tša July 2016. A o fitla date yo se tšeo bjalo gone balwetse ba tlhokofetseng ba 9. O tla go bontšha le table ya gona e bontšhang dipalopalo tša go tlhokofala ga balwetse.
The first death was Christopher Makoba on 3 July 2016. By 24 July, there are 9 deaths.
Wa e bona table ya gona, death table. Wa mathomo wa go tlhokofala e be le Christopher Makoba. E be le ka di 3 tša July. Ka nako se tšebele go tlo fitla go di 28 tša July. E be se tšebele le balwetse ba 9 ka moka ba tlhokofetseng. Yes, I can see that.
So that's in a space of 3 weeks, basically, the 9 deaths. Now, despite these deaths and despite the reports by the Department of the Poor Quality at Precious Angels, they were allowed to continue to care for the patients. Isn't that so?
Well, e ka ba nako o ba dibeke tše tharo ka moka mo o diragetseng selo se sa gore go tlhokofale balwetse ba 9 ka moka. Le ge e le gore department ile ya ngola di-report ya lemoša rewa seemo kua Precious Angel se a šiša. Dilo ga di sepele gabotse kua. Fela ba Precious Angel ba ile ba leswa. La ba lesa re ba tšwele pele ba do tšwela pele ka mošomo. Intše le gore no go ne batho ba tlhokofalang.
Ga se ke tla re ga se o visuale ka e fatlela.
I would say no, it is not so, and I'll give reasons.
Ka gore ge re fetša go place balwetse.
After we had finished placing the patients,
Ke ile ka kgopela ba di-DDs, deputy directors ba mental health, go yo lekula le go supporta di-NGO.
I asked the deputy directors of mental health to go and check on the NGOs and give support.
Ye nngwe ya tsona ke yona Precious Angels
Among other NGOs, Precious Angels was also included.
ke mo ka ge ba fetša o reporta ke ka moo ge re tlo tloša balwetši.
After they had given me a report, just when we were about to remove the patients,
ra botswa gore ba khumane lefelo le lengwe le ba bona gore le tla ba kaone.
we were then told that they had found another place which they believed that would be suitable.
Yona yela councillor be a ntšhitše moo ya Linwood.
The very place that had been flighted here by council, to wit Linwood.
Ke mo ba beng ba re ba ya gona.
That is where it was said that they were going to relocate to.
Ka nako eo e le ka bona di-report tše be ba se batho ba mbolela ba reporta go mental health directorate gore bo šetše ebile o na le mahu ka nako eo. Ke re ge le ka bona report ya bo Dr. Lenkwane.
If one ponders upon the report by Dr. Lenkwane and the team,
a e kgatlhiše ke nnete.
Yes, it does not bear pleasant tidings indeed.
Fela ka nako eo re na jwale ka mental health directorate.
But we at that time as mental directorate,
re be re bile re se ra botswa gore o na le mahu gona.
We were not yet told that there were deaths that had taken place.
Mara ka gore report ya bo Dr. Lenkwane le Masinelo e be sa nkgatlhe.
But because the report by Dr. Lenkwane and Miss Sinelo was not an attractive one,
ge re gopola gore re a tswalelwa re ba tšeela balwetši. Ya dira gore re gopole go ba tšeela balwetši.
It then made us to entertain a thought that we should remove or take away the patients from them.
Then ke ge ba etla gore ba humane lefelo le leswa le šetšeng re boletše ka lona ko Linwood.
While we were entertaining that thought, it is at that stage that they came to us and told us that they had found another place where they can relocate to. The same place I had mentioned to say that it is Linwood.
Ke ka moo ke ileng ka kgopela yena mme Masinelo le ba bangwe gore mme Masinelo e le yena team leader gore ba yo le bona pele.
That is why, upon then receiving this information of their relocation, I then asked Miss Sinelo, who was the team leader, to go and make an evaluation of this new place.
Then le tše dingwe tše be ba di tlhoka like bo dikobo, diaparo.
Yeah.
Ka humana le report ya gore.
Or le tše dingwe tše ba di tlhoka dikobo le diapareng.
Dikobo goba diaparo.
Yeah.
Ra lebella gore ge e le gore ba a digo ka tsela yeo ge ba ya ko Linwood.
And that also they should consider some of the things that they said that were in shortage, like the clothes.
ra nama ra kgopela gore ge ba ka kgona go di hwetša di tla be di improvile kua ba yang ko Lenwood.
We then said that if then they were able to source these needs that were in shortage, it would then, or it shall have then improved the situation by the time they move to Linwood.
Ke ka mo mme Hannah Jacobs ba ile ba mpha list ya di NGO tšeo di ileng tša thušwa.
That is why Hannah Jacobos provided me with the list of NGOs that were assisted.
Ye nngwe ya thušo ebile gore ba fiwa dikobo diaparo gore diaparo ke company ye nngwe e be humanwe.
One of the assistance was that they received was that there were clothes that were donated by one of the company which was sourced.
Isn't donated fela e fela go fiwa on credit ya ke be jwale.
Let me not use the word donated, but and say that they were given these clothes on credit.
Ene ge ke lebella le Precious Angel le yona ile ya fiwa go ya ka report e ba ileng ba mpha.
And according to the report that was given to me, Precious Angels also benefited from this benefactor.
Ka gona ka gore le mago a be re sa tsebe ra re tla ba fa chance ba ye ko Linwood.
Because we did not know about the deaths that had taken place, we then resolved that we'll give them a chance to go or to relocate to Linwood. Over it. That's it.
Did they ever relocate to Linwood?
Ka mogobileng ka ona a sanka ba ya Linwood se ke se gopolago ke gore
according to how things worked out or panned out, they did not go to Linwood.
Fela ba ile ba renove ba ile ba relocated-lwa Kalafong Hospital.
They did not relocate to Linwood. They were relocated to Kalafong
Hospital.
Kalafong Hospital.
Doctor, I showed you on the death table that 9 people died in July at Precious Angels. And you'll see from that table that people continued to die at Precious Angels. A further five died in August. It's actually 6 in August.
Again, or kana go ba fitla date ya di 28 tša July 2016 batho ba 9 ba se ba tlhokofetse kwa Precious Angels. Namile ga o tswela pele gape ka hostels batho ba bang gape ba tswela pele le go tlhokofala. E ka mo ke ka hostels be le 6 ya bona.
Just before she responds, I don't know. Did I pick up? I think he didn't interpret everything. You said she can see from that table that despite the deaths of 9 patients in July, more people were sent to the NGO. And
were sent to the.
More people died at the NGO.
Oh, more people died. Okay,
yes.
Thank you. In August, 9 died in July.
After July.
Then after July, more people died.
After the reports, yes, my lady.
Then you're saying 6 people died in August.
August.
Yes.
What is your response?
In fact,
Oh, okay.
Instead of closing the NGO and removing the patients to better care, you signed an SLA with Precious Angels in August. Isn't that so?
Really? Le ge le batho ba tswela pele go tlhokofala gona le gore le tswalele NGO ye a sanka la dira bjalo le tswalele le tšee balwetši le ba ise mo lefelong la go bolokega la maleba la go tsebalega a sanka la idia ntlo lena le tswetše pele go signa service level agreement ye nngwe gape le Precious Angels mo ka yona kgwedi ye ya August go bjalo
ga e le nna sanka ka signa any service level agreement le
As for me-
NGO ye nngwe kapa efe.
As for me, I have never entered into a service level agreement where I signed one with any NGO, no matter what that NGO is.
Your directorate did.
Or directorate ya gago yona e signing service level agreement.
Mental Health Directorate ye ke beng ke le director ya yona e be sena matshwanedi a o signa service level agreement.
The Mental Health Directorate, which I was the director of, did not have the authority to can enter into any service level agreement.
The service level agreement di be di signa ko districting.
The service level agreements were concluded or were signed at the district.
Jwale ka ge di NGO di be di accounta di wela ka fase ya district.
Saying that the NGOs were accounting and or were falling under the districts.
So you had no knowledge as a director of mental health about what NGOs were providing mental health services. Is that what you're saying?
Or was that? Come again, Council?
Dr. Manamela, you're saying you had no knowledge of the NGO that were providing mental health services in the province?
Or was that NGO even provided the service such mental health?
Asanga ka re ke be ke sa tsebe ke re service level agreement e be sa sign ke nna goba anyone ko mental health directorate.
No, I never said so.
Asanga ka tseba.
No, I'm not saying so. I'm saying that my directorate, that is the Mental Health Directorate, was not authorized. It was not in a position to can enter into any service level agreement with NGOs.
But surely the Mental Health Directorate is the responsible department to say that this NGO is qualified to provide those services.
Well, Mental Health Directorate ke yona e neng maswanedi a gore ke yona e ka reng a wa NGO ye no e ke e botse ba ne dilo ka moka le ditlabakelo ka moka tse re di nyakago ebile ba qualify.
Awa ga o bjalo ke district.
No, it is not so. It is the district.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by the district, because we've already established that you are the person who licenses NGOs. I'm talking now about a specific NGO, Precious Angels. There were a number of deaths in July, yet an agreement to continue taking care of these patients was signed with Precious Angels in August.
Ore ga khushitse ga o bolela ka district o bolela ka nka lebaka la batho ba ile ba ne ba boledišana le di-NGOs ke yona directorate ya gago ebile gape go boditše gore ka di-28 ka nako ba go fitlha date ya di-28 tša July 2016 bo setse go tlhokofetse balwetse ba i9 namile ba tšwela pele balwetse go tlhokofala ka Agostos e be setse le balwetse ba i6 ba bang mo godimo ga bale ba i9 fela le ge go le bjalo a sanka lena la emiša ba Precious Angels ka mošomo ba o dira sanka la re wa emang gona mo ga le sa tšwela pele a sanka la tšea le di-patient la di iša mafelong a mang a kaone se le se dirilego ke go tšwela pele go signa service level agreement ye nngwe le ba Precious Angels.
Ke tla boeletša ka re service level agreement ga sanka ya saenwa ke nna goba o mongwe wa o bereka le nna ko mental health.
I'm going to repeat what I said. I said I have never signed a service level agreement, neither anyone falling under the mental health directorate took place in the signing of a service level agreement. That never happened.
Dr. Manamela, you've said that you asked your officials, your deputy directors, in the adopt an NGO plan, you said was your plan that you came up with, that you sent your deputy directors to go and check on the NGOs and support them, right?
Plan e be le ya gago bjale mo planning ya gago wena o ile wa romela di deputy director tša gago le team gore ba ye ba ile o lebelela ka kua gore go direga eng ebile ba fana le ka support wa gopola
ke nnete yeo e direile.
Yes, I said so. That happened.
Right. So when you got these reports from them in July, did you say to them that this NGO is not equipped to care for patients?
Ge o hwetša di-report tše go tšwa go bona ka July e ka ba o boletše bjalo ra wa NGO ye a e tsebe ntho e dirago ye a e tsebe mošomo ye go ne ntho swantšeng re e dire ka yone e ka ba o boletše seo
gore ke šetše ke tlhalositše taba ye ka re batho ba NGO ba ile ba ka itiwa gomme ba re ba tla ya ko Lenwood mara ba se kgone.
I've already explained, and I'm going to have to repeat myself that these people, these NGOs, they were guided, and upon that guidance, they then said that they would relocate to Linwood. Okay. I further said that.
I understand you. I understand. There's no need to repeat. You're saying that the understanding was they were going to move to Linwood.
Linwood. No, I'm repeating, Council, because Council is repeating the same question.
Dr. Manamela, you've also said that they never moved to Linwood, correct?
Orile asanga ba feleja ba khudugetse kwa Linwood. Yes, I said so.
Okay. Yes. Now, if you look at page at page 20035.
20035.
Do you see that it's a memorandum of agreement entered into between the Gauteng provincial government and Precious Angels?
I want to give memorandum more ya tumellano what's Maringa department le Precious Angels home.
Yes.
And if you look at the last page, which is 20067, you'll see it was
20067.
You see, it was signed on 16 August 2016.
Which page is that?
20067.
Okay.
Why wanna is signed for the department Pretoria August the 16 August 2016. Yes, I can see that.
And if you just scroll up 2 pages, it has the address for the department and then for the service provider.
Yes, I didn't pick up the date. Is 200.
The page is 200. Sorry, for the date, it's 20067, my lady. That's the last page with the signature.
20067.
67. And then
yes,
20065, just 2 pages up. Are the addresses for the parties. The
page jepedi ke 20065 o tla bona e bontšhitše mola ke address ke di address mo ke address ya department na mile ya bontšha le address ya NGO.
And you see that. And you see that the address for the NGO is the Attridgeville and Danville homes. Isn't that so?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Manuela. For the record, I'll let you know, Dr. Manuela, that by the time of signing of this agreement, 13 patients had died. And again, that's on the table that we had shown you earlier.
Onyaka go botsa ebile wa iponela le sona mo tableng ye mo death table. O kana go go sign agreement. It was tshibela go tlhokofetse the patient tse 13 ka moka.
Now, Precious Angel started receiving patients from 23 June 2016.
Precious Angels e thomile go amogela balwetse go tloga ka di 23 ja June 2016.
And one of the patients who was moved on that day to Precious Angels and then succumbed there.
O mongwe wa balwetse ba ileng ba tlošwa go ishiwa go Precious Angels o ileng a neela moya
was Virginia Macapella.
Virginia
Macapella. Do you recall that name, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
She died on 15 August 2016.
Ka 15 August 2016 wila tlhokofala.
The day before the service level agreement was signed.
Letšatši pele go ka signiwa service level agreement le Precious Angels.
Now, if I can just deal with Ms. Macapella. The evidence before the inquest, and it came through Hannah Jacobus, and that there was a bus that arrived on the evening of 29 June 2016 arrived at Anchor.
Yale go ne bohlatse kwa o inquest wo Hannah Jacobus ba fana ka bona o ne bus e ileng ya fitla. Bus e ge e fitla bile ka di 29 tša June 2016 e fitla kua Anchor.
And there wasn't enough space at Anchor.
Go be go sena
And-
sekgoba se se lekanego kua Anchor.
And Ms. Jacoba says that you instructed that the patients should be taken to Precious Angels, the patients
Oh,
from that bus.
O re wo Jacobus wena o la fana ka ditaelo tša di patient tšeo tše bile mo beseng ewe ba di tšee ba di ishe kua Precious Angels.
Do you remember that?
Wa se gopola sewe?
a ke se gopole.
I cannot remember that.
Okay. And Mrs. Jacoba said that she had said to you that Virginia Macpella is on the bus and her sister, Virginia's sister, is very troublesome and you might have problems later.
O re
Recall
o la
that.
go botša a re awa wo Virginia Macapella o kua ka beseng o ka gare ka beseng ebile wo sesi a re sesi ya Virginia ke motho wa go tlhola mathata ka kudu owe o ka bana le mathata ka morago. Yes,
a ke gopole.
I do not recall this.
And Ms. Jacoba said that when she told you that, you said no, these patients need to just be moved for now and it'll be sorted out later.
O
You
re
don't
ga
recall
go
that,
botša bjalo wena wa re ke Jacobos ga go botša bjalo wena wa re awa patient tše tshwanetse di sepeletše mathata mang le a mang a bang gona re tla bona ka morago.
Aowa, a se nnete.
That
A
is
se
not
nnete.
true. That is just not true.
A ke re taba ya mathata a o bonwa ka morao a se nketše molomong wa ka kudu ge o e tla molwetši.
Emma. Let me qualify this by saying that the words that says whatever troubles or problem that arises will be dealt with later, that never proceeded out of my mouth.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to a patient. Because a patient, molwetši
o mongwe le o mongwe go ya ka mokgwa nna ke ileng ke tlhatlhilweng le pelo ya ka ya go tlhokomela balwetši o bohlokwa.
according to how I have been trained, every patient is important.
Okay.
And not only based on what I have been trained, but it also then come to my heart of humanity.
Gore molwetši o e be le wa ga bomang yena a treatiwe ka tsela ye nngwe. Nna ke tseba balwetši ba treatiwa go swana.
That this particular patient is related to so and so, according to how I know things should be done, is that patients should be treated equally.
Are you done, Doctor?
Yes.
And Ms. Ethel Mube says that she was present when this, what she called an argument happened between you and Ms. Jacobus regarding Virginia Macpella. Do you remember Ms. Ethel Mube being present on the 29th of June to fetch patients from Anchor?
Really? Well, Muhumagajana Ethel Mube. O hlatsela se se bolelago ke Jacobus o go ba le gona ge le gagana mowe ka di 29 tša June kua go enka.
Nna taba yewe a ke dumele bile a ke tsebe ka gore
I do not agree with that, and I also do not know about it because
NGOs di tšea balwetši bao bona di-NGO ba reng re tla ba kgona.
The NGOs, as far as I know, they take the number of patients according to their capacity.
Le mohuta wa balwetši wo bona ba re tla kgona go ba hlokomela.
And also they make a choice of a particular category of patients which according to them they would be able to handle and take care of them.
Ga go ka mokgong ka fitlang ka re wena tšea molwetši ola wena tšea molwetši ola.
There is no way in which I can dictate to say let this NGO take that patient and leave that one out.
So, Doctor, are you saying that you did not say that those patients should be taken to Precious Angels from Anchor?
O reng wena o ra sanka wa bolela bjalo di patient tšewe di ishiwe kwa Precious Angels go tloga kwa Anchor?
Balwetši ba tšwang ko Life Esidimeni ba be ba tsamaya e le kurupu go na le ba ba išwang di-NGO tše dingwe.
The patients that were from Life Esidimeni, they were taken in groups. There were those that were
ba yang di-NGO tše dingwe.
There were those that were to be taken to other NGOs.
Mola ba kopane le ba ba yang ka Cullinan.
While they were also mixed with those patients that were supposed to be taken to Cullinan.
Ba bangwe ba tshwanetse go ya ka Anchor.
Whereas the others were supposed to be taken to Anchor.
Ba šomišitše bus ye one ke se gopolang.
They made use of one mode of transport.
So
a bus. That is what I can recall.
Ge ba fološa ba bangwe ko ba yang ko destination ya bona. Ba bangwe ba šala ba išwa ko ya bona ke gopolang.
How then it panned out was that when they dropped a certain number of patients at their destination, others remained so that they in turn could be dropped off at their respective destinations. That is what I can recall.
Ga go ka mokgong ka re mola ba tšwile ko Life Esidimeni ba tseba gore ba ya kae.
There is no way in which these patients would have been taken from Life Esidimeni, knowing full well as to which of those were supposed to be dropped off at a particular destination.
Nna ka fitla ka ba change.
Then I come in to change the plan.
Mola ke be ke se part ya gore mang o ya kae mang o ya kae.
When I was not even part of the people that planned the roster of who was supposed to go where.
Okay. So just to confirm, you're saying you were not involved in that movement of patients on the bus, that were on the bus that day from Anchor to Precious Angels?
Or wena a o sanka o bile bo sa amege mo tabeng ya go tloswa ga di-patient tšeo go tloga kua Anchor go ya kua Precious Angels kudu ba le mo beseng.
A ke gopole ke a meya ha o kgone.
No, I do not recall being involved. It is not possible.
It's not possible. So it's not that you don't recall, you're denying it outright.
Or a go kgonege. Ke seo se bolela ka mantswe a mang ga o ganetse go ka be go diragetse gore o bo o ile wa tšea karolo.
A ke gopole ebile ha o kgone.
I do not recall, and it is not possible.
It's a report by Dr. Wadvala on page 2664.
Report ka Dr. who, Kanza?
Wadvala.
Wadvala. It go page 2664.
Yes, you can just scroll through it. I want to just take you to 2664. It has a lot of handwriting about Virginia's diagnosis. You see that?
When I go to 2664, ba ngwadile mo ngwadile ka seatla mo. Ke mo ngaka e ngwadileng gona mabapi le seemo sa go lwala ga Virginia Macaphela. Wa e bona?
Ke a e bona 664.
Yes, I can see 664.
And then at 2665, it sort of towards the bottom of the page, there's a question: should the user be discharged? And the box that's filled in is no.
Wa bona mo ngwadileng gona wa ya mafelelong go na le mputse e ka ba molwetse a ka dischargewa na go ne mapokisinyana.
Ke a bona.
Lepokisi la gona o thadile mola ba dile mothalo mola mo go no. Yes.
And then the comment underneath is she is unsuitable for placement at NGO group homes.
Ga lokela go ka ba mo go an NGO e leng e shumela ka gae.
Ke a e bona.
Yes.
So she should not have been sent to Precious Angels, isn't that so?
Ka mantswe a mangwe wa sa swatla go romelwa kua Precious Angels. A go bja?
Ka mokgwa report e bolelang go jwale.
According to this report, yes.
You're saying yes, she should not have been
sent
to Precious Angels.
Go ya kua Precious Angels. Go ya ka report ke se se bolelago.
Ke se se bolelang ke report ena ke ganane le sona.
That is what the report says, and I am not placing it in dispute.
Okay. Dr. Manamela, I just want to turn to a few other deceased who succumbed at Precious Angels.
Nyaka go bolela gape le ka ba bang ba balwetse ba ile gore ba ile ba tlhokofala kua Precious Angels.
Okay, the first is Terence Chaba.
Terence Chaba.
Yes.
ke leina la o mong wa balwetse ba leng a tlhokofala.
And Terence Chaba died on 15 August 2016.
O re wo Terence Chaba o tlhokofetse ka di 15 tša August 2016.
So the same day as Ms. Makapela.
Ke letšatši le le tee go swana le wola Virginia Makapela.
And according, just trying to find the reference, my lady, according to his periodical report, which you will find at page 2806.
O ya ka report ya gage e hwetšagalang mo go page 2806.
If you look specifically at 2808, again, in the section that says, should the user be discharged, the box no is filled in.
Wana ge o fitla mo go 2808 mola a botša gore e ka ba molwetse yo a ka dischargewa na. Lepokisi le la mola mo lepokising mola bona ba thadile mola mo fase ga no.
So, and Doctor, you would have seen, you may recall that Dr. Talatala referred to, discussed Terence Chaba's condition and said that he required specialized psychiatric care.
O tla bona mola Dr. Talatala o ile re ga bolela ka patient re wa o nyaka tlhokomelo ya maemo a ka godimo mabapi le bolwetse bo ba gage bo ba ka monaganong.
So would you agree that a person who requires specialized psychiatric care should not be placed in an NGO like Precious Angels?
O re o dumelana le ena gore motho wa go nyaka maemo a kwa godimo a tlhokomelo o swana le patient o wa sa swanela gore a ka romelwa kwa go NGO ye ya go swana le ye re bolelang ka yona mo Precious Angels.
Nka bolela ka tsela e gore balwetse ba a se ba discharge ke nna jwale ka Dr. Manamela.
I would say that these patients were not discharged by myself in person as Dr. Manamela.
Ene balwetse ba ge ba lekolwa go be go na le team ya batho ba batlhano ba doctor
at the time when a diagnosis of these patients was done, there were 5 doctors or a team of 5 doctors.
Ka nako ye balwetse ba transferiwa isn't diagnosis.
Well, at the time when the patients were being transferred, not diagnosed.
Ke gopola Dr. Wadala o tloile a beya a re patient ke boletse maloba destination decisions process.
I remember that Dr. Wadala, and I said this earlier on.
Sorry.
My lady, I would like to put it on record in English as follows.
Really?
He said,
patient destination decision process. Idirile ke batho ba 2 deputy directors
It was
mental
that
health.
process was done by the following people. Two,
Senior registered nurses,
yeah.
ke boeletše la mathomo 2 deputy directors from mental health directorate, medical officer in bracket physical,
Yes.
medical practitioner in bracket psychiatry, specialist psychiatrist limited to the patients in their ward.
Sorry,
Yes.
Doctor, can you just tell me what page you're reading from?
Ke boletše ka yona maloba gore ke report ya Dr. Wadala ka botšiša gore a ke tsebe gore e mo page mang.
I spoke about it day before yesterday, and I said that it is a report compiled by Dr. Wadala. I, however, could not provide the page number.
Ka ba ka re ge e nyakea gore e loadiwe ke tla di fa ba e ka no loadiwa mara ke yona e bolelang gore
Emma Ganya. And I further said that if there's a need for it to be loaded, it can be done.
ge re lebelela mo destination decision leina la ka le gona mo
Lebelela mo kae? Destination?
yona party ye e re patient's destination decision.
There's a part there that says patient's destination decision. If one looks at that portion, my name does not appear there.
So ke tlo palela ko araba mo balwetšing ba babedi ba council a botšišitšeng ka bona ka gore ke be ke sego.
So my lady, I am unable to can provide answers in respect of these two patients that council has just put questions to me about, because I was not involved. I was not there.
My lady, you're muted.
I wanted to check if this report is not appearing on case line. If she can give us the date of the report and the paragraph from where she's reading.
Date ya report le paragraph ya mo bala go gona. A o ka re fa yona?
Paragraph ke e re 1 ko pele o na le 2 mara date ya gona e ngwadilwe 12/10/2016.
The paragraph is paragraph 1 followed by paragraph 2, and the date is the 12th of the 10th month of 2016.
Heading e re West Rand Complex.
That is the heading.
So you are reading paragraph 1 and 2.
Oh, paragraph 1 and 2.
Awa, ke badile paragraph 1 fela.
No, I only read paragraph 1.
Can the evidence leaders check if that document is on case line? And even everyone, including Sacha there? Can we proceed then?
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, I'm going to put it to you that there are 3 others, and these are just of the families I represent. It's by mentioning them specifically. Josiah Daniels, Christopher Mapoba.
Come again? I didn't pick that up.
Okay, whenever le ba bang ba bararo gape ba tlo bitjang maina bona o emetse di family tša gona ke maina gona a latelago.
Yes.
Council.
So the 3 other deceased, Josiah Daniels, Christopher Makoba, and Matlakala Motswahe, who were all ineligible for discharge to NGOs and who died at Precious Angels in the case of Josiah Daniels, 8 August 2016.
Just go slow. Josiah Daniel, which date?
8 August 2016.
Christopher Makoba?
3 July 2016.
And the third one is?
Matlakala Motswahe. And he died on 26 August 2016.
Yole, ba bararo ba bolela go ka bona ko ona maina Josiah Daniels, Christopher Makoba le Matlakala Motswaeng. Wo Josiah Daniels o tlhokofetse ka di 8 tša August, Christopher Makoba ka di 3 tša July, ge wo Matlakala Motswaeng a tlhokofetse ka di 26 tša Agostos. Maina a mola mo go table of deaths o tla hwetša gona mo.
Didn't you say something about eligibility to go to the NGO?
Yes, my lady, they were all ineligible.
Wow, thank you, my lady. Ibile ba le bararo ba sa swanela go ya kwa go di NGO.
That will be according to their periodical reports.
Correct, my lady. Yes.
Ke go ya ka di report tša bona.
Yes, what is the question?
So what I'm saying to you, Doctor, is these further 3 patients died at Precious Angels, and it was while Precious Angels was unlicensed and providing. That means they were transferred there during the period when Precious Angels was not licensed.
Ba sa swanela go ya batho ba ba tlhokofaletše ba sa swanela go ya ko Precious Angels mo ile Precious Angels ka nako ba le gona mo we e be se na le maswanedi a gore e ka ba amogela ka lebaka la gore be se na license.
And they died at a time when Precious Angels did not have the capacity to care for them.
Ibile Precious Angels e be se na bokgoni ba go ka ba tlhokomela batho ba balwetši ba.
Yes, do you want to respond?
Do you want to comment on that?
O nyaka go fahlela?
I cannot comment.
I have no comment.
Precious Angels was only closed in January 2017. Are you aware of that?
E ka ba wa tseba ka sebue gore e tswaletšwe ka January ka 2017 Precious Angels.
Nka no se gopole date mara ke a gopola gore di NGO di le tša tswalelwa.
I may not remember the dates, but I do recall that NGOs were closed down.
Just so okay, continue.
I'm almost done with this, and
okay,
I'm aware of the time. If I could just close off this section and move to a new topic. Dr. Manamela, it was closed because it couldn't provide care for mental health care users, isn't that so?
O nyaka go botša ebile ka ba o dumelana le ena e tswaletše NGO ka lebaka la gore e be sa gone go fana ka tlhokomelo ya maleba mo go balwetši.
A ke ganane le seo ka gore re rile ge re bona go ba le mathata ra fela re recommenda.
I do not dispute that, because when we realized that there were problems, we then made recommendations
Gore tše dingwe di tswalelwe balwetši ba ye mo o ka bang gabotse.
that some of these NGOs should close down and the patients should be relocated to suitable facilities.
My lady, this is a good time to take the lunch adjournment.
Yes, we can take the lunch adjournment. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. The witnesses want. Thank you.
Waka 2 o'clock, Dr. Manamela re sa lunching. Gopola go ska boledišana le motho ka bohlatsi bjo ba gago le lawyer tša gago ska boledišana le tšona re a kwana.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
I support
Re a
this.
kwana.
Witness want, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
from the lunch adjournment. The witness is reminded. Where is the witness? I don't see her. Dr. Manamela, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Osaleka fasaka Dr. Manamela ke. So reminded, my lady.
Dr. Manamela, I'd like to turn to another NGO, and that is Anchor. And you'll find a license for Anchor at page 20314.
Ona re mo go NGO yongwe ke license ya gona ya ba go bontshang yona yo. NGO ya gona ke Anchor. O sign a license ya bona go page 20314.
Do you see that it is for a child residential care facility?
Why bona mo ngwadileng?
Child
Child residential care facility, yes.
And it's at Kalafong Heights?
Gua Kalafong, go ba? Kalafong Heights, yes.
And for 150 beds?
Me Petra gona e be le 150. Yes,
and
I can
you
see
signed it?
Ngo lebelele mafelong ke signature ga go. Yes, I did.
And it says on this first day of April 2016, is that the day you signed or not?
Ngwadil date ngwadile mo ke di 1 April 2016. Ke lona date we sign ka yona yo. Go ba se yona.
A ke gopole date ke signile mara ke date ba di tlisitse mo go nna.
I do not remember the date on which I signed it, but it is the date on which they brought these licenses to me.
And Anchor was never at Kalafong, isn't that so?
Well, yes, it is. Anchor asanga yabakua addressing you when what lemoya Kalafong Heights. That's correct.
And they Anchor received adult mental health care users, not children, correct?
Le gore Anchor ile amogela balwetši ba batho ba ba godile go iseng bana. Well,
Ere mongwe ke tlhalose bana ka mental health gore ke eng.
Let me explain what the children means in terms of mental health, what that actually means.
Maybe pele ke ya kwa ke tlhalose gore ga re a balwetši ka moka ba re ba tšereng ko life Esidimeni.
Or maybe let me start by saying that amongst all the patients that we took from life Esidimeni,
Go bo sene ba ba leng ka fase ya 18 years.
none of them were under the age of 18 years.
Jwale a ke tle go ka mental health he ba re bana ba ba bitša bana ba ra ka level ya functioning.
Yes. Now, in terms of mental health, when they say children, what they actually mean is the following.
Level ya
Yeah.
seemo sa monagano wa bona.
The level of their minds.
O hwetše le gore le ge motho a ona le maybe 18 years 20 o ya godimo mara mogopolo wa gage o sa le ola o ka re kwa ngwana.
like in a case whereby if a person is 80, a patient is 18 years to 20 years upwards, but when you look at the level of the functionality of their minds, it is that one of a child.
Ke ka mokgwa o tlileng taba e ya gore re na le child residential care.
That is how then the child residential care aspect came about.
I see. Okay. So it could, when it says child residential care facility, it means adult care residential facility.
Child child adult.
Awa ga botse e tlhalosa seemo sa monagano.
In actual fact, it explains the level of the functionality of the mind of that particular patient.
Maybe ke tlaleletse gore ba kgone ho understand. My apology. Ge a lwala fela monagano, le se o thomile ho lwala monagano a after 18 years.
Now, when a patient has had a mental disorder, let's say at the age of 18 years,
Re ka se mo tlhalosetse gore ke child severe or what. Re tlo mo tlhalosetsa ka mental illness.
le ka se mo tlhalosetse
Ka seemo sa gore ke child or
we would not
intellectual.
we would not categorize that patient as or under the category of a child and or intellectual
disability.
You will not categorize the person as?
le ka se mo categorize bjale ka
Intellectual disability.
as intellectual disability.
Ge e le hore o no ba le bolwetši ba monagano e seng ba monagano.
If such a patient has got just an ordinary mental illness,
le gabotse. Ke nahana hore ke di tlhalositse ka dipedi gore eng ke eng.
I think I have managed to clarify both aspects.
I don't think I follow. Miss Hassim, do you follow what she has explained?
No, my lady. Dr. Manamela, the mental capacity, intellectual disability that I think you're referring to, is that not what is there when it says for persons with severe or profound intellectual disability, meaning the level of functioning of the patient? That's different from child residential care facility.
Asie ba e tlhalosang go ya ka mokgwa e ngwadileng ka gona mo a reng e fapane le ka mokgwa wena o e beago ka gona.
A di bone mo e re namely child residential e tlhalosa gore mogopolo wa bona o tshwana le wa bana.
Where it's written namely child disability, it simply means that their mental capacity is that one of a child.
Okay, I'm going to move on. And it says number of persons.
Just before you move on, I just want to understand. Dr. Manamela, if a person, like the patients which have been at Life Esidimeni for a number of years, some of them were told have been there, some from the age of 3 years, right? Because of the problems with their minds, again.
Again, would you ba bang ba di patient wa go Life Esidimeni ba le mo o tloga ba sa le mengwaga e meraro, okay? Ka lebaka la maemo a monagano wa bona.
Ke a ekwa ba ka be ba ile mo ko Life Esidimeni ba le ka ko mara ke le ka o tlhalosa phapano.
Yes, it might be so that they were admitted at Life Esidimeni at that age. But what I'm trying to explain here, it's the difference. I'm trying to draw a contrast.
Yes, I want you to go there. Now, is there any difference between such kind of a patient and a patient who start to have that kind of an illness after attaining the age of 18?
Yale gone papa magareng ga patient eo ya go ba le mengwaga e meraro le yewe e thomang go bana le maemo a uwe a monagano wa motho wa ngwana o monyane fela patient eo e ne 18 go ba ile godimo ga 18 e ka ba gone papa
Gone phapano.
yes there is a difference.
What is the difference?
Re bojere
Gantši bolwetši ba monagano ba o no lwala ngwana o belewa gabotse mongwe a baya dikolong gabotse.
Emaganyana. Mostly what happens with mental illness is that a child gets born being normal and that child goes to school like any other child.
Ene ka bo di age tša bo 16 18 ngwana a thoma go lwala monagano.
And then at the age of 16 or 18, then that child begin to experience mental illness.
Gabotse ke 18 ka research.
Yeah, to be more specific, according to the research, it's 18.
Bjale ba bana o kry-e le gore ba re 3 years. Gantši ba 3 years. A ba lwale monagano o hwetše le gore.
Now, with regard to the ones that are 3 years, they are not mentally ill. Yeah.
Ora gore mental development ya bona.
Yeah, what it means is that their mental development
aya kgonea jwale ka normal child.
Okay, now I hear that. I hear, yes.
It did not come to a proper formulation of a normal child.
In other words, it's not as developed as that of a normal child.
Raya felelela go swana le ya ngwana o leng normal. Yes, it is undeveloped.
Okay. So how do you classify the two scenarios in terms of your expertise?
Yeah. Did it classify?
Re di classify ka gore o mongwe o hwetše le gore ke gore ka mokgwano re re mogopolo wa gagwe se wa gola wa fitla mo o tshwanetseng a le maybe 3-5 years o sana le mogopolo wa ngwana wa 1 year.
How we classify that is that like we said that a child has got an undeveloped mental capacity, meaning that if they are 3 to 5 years old, their intellectual capacity is that one of a child or a baby that's still a year old.
Okay.
Jwale ba bangwe ba gola jwale a ba ka mengwaga wa kry-a le 40 mara mogopolo e sa le wona ola.
Now, as they progress and grow up, you find that even if they can reach the age of 40, but their mental, intellectual capacity, it's still backwards.
Okay, and the one 18 years and above?
Ba
18 years go ya godimo.
Ba 18 years o ya godimo o hwetše ile gore o na le dilo tše di ka trickang ke dilo tše pedi ka trigger bolwetši ba monagano.
Now, with regard to the 18 to 20 years olds, what happens is that there can be something that can trigger working.
We got trigger we are 18 years we are godimo e ka trigger bolwetši.
It can trigger some illness.
Mo e le gore ba bangwe hwetše le gore e ke taba ya go rana ya heredity.
Others you may find that is as a result of heredity.
Mola ba bangwe e le mabaka di social.
Whereas others
or problems.
Whereas others, it can be as a result of social issues.
Okay.
A.
All right, no, thanks. Okay.
That is the summary.
Continue, Ms. Nasim.
Doctor, I just want to understand you correctly. Are you saying that when a license says child residential care facility, it doesn't mean that it's for children, meaning under 18 years, but it's for adults who have intellectual disability and level of functioning of a child?
Or child residential ga e bolele bana ba banyane e bolela hore ke batho ba leng ba godile ka mengwaga fela monagano wa bona o shoma go swana le ngwana o monyane. Correct.
So then can you explain, just help us understand then why there would be a license. So here we've got severe profound intellectual disability, child residential. If we look at page 20316.
Level 20316.
You see a license. This one is for Tsepong, and it's also severe profound disability, but it says adult daycare facility.
Okay, I got Tsepong. Fela wa bona le yona kia severe disability. Fela mo ngwadile ga ya ngwala child, e ngwadile adult daycare facility.
So why here would it say adult if we are meant to understand it the way?
Yes, let her explain the difference so that we can understand, because we are told that these patients are patients who carry the mind of a child. That's why they are referred to as children.
Can the
interpreter do the interpretation, doctor?
Oh, sorry.
O ngwadilwe le ga le go ngwadilwe child a go bjalo ka lebaka la motho ge a le mogolo mengwageng go feta bo 18 go ya godimo fela monagano wa gage ke wa ngwana bjale re tlhalošetše nkane mo la ba ngwadile child mo ba ngwadile adult.
A ke re le bona mo e re severe and profound disability.
I want to draw your attention, Council, to where it's inscribed severe and profound disability.
Kamola, it is severe or stress or.
Emaganyan. In the other document, the following inscription is made.
Severe stroke, profound disability.
Yes.
So, ira gore ge irile adult mo, ira gore irile adult severe and profound disability, ire intellectual.
Now, when it says severe, profound disability, it does not say anything about intellectual.
Mola yela intellectual disability.
Whereas the other document talks about intellectual disability.
Just hold it there, doctor. I just want to see you. Okay. Ms. Asim, you may proceed.
That is where the difference comes in.
So, Dr. Manamela, I put it to you that you're not actually explaining this this in a manner that helps us. If you look at page 20321.
Level 20231.
So here's an example of a license for severe intellectual disability.
20321.
That's right.
No.
This is now the license for Bupilong.
Yes, madam.
Okay. Yes, continue.
Wa e bona ya go bontshang yona gona bjale ya license ya bophelo.
And here it specifies severe intellectual disability, and it is adult residential care facility.
E bolela ka
this
severe
one-
intellectual capacity, disability. Fela wa e bona mo e ngwadilwe adult residential care facility.
Ke a e bona.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that your distinction, that if the word intellectual is not there, that it means something, actually is not correct.
O nyaka go botsa ka mogho o di tshwantshanyang ka gona a o di jona ka lebaka la gore ge wena o re lentšu lewe intellectually ga le gona ke ka moo ba ngwadile ba sa ngwalang adult fela mo ba le ngwadile lentšu lewe intellectual fela mo go ngwadilwe ke adult residential.
Ba ka no ba le ngwadile e fela ge o lebella kwa godimo ba re bophelong special care.
Yes, they could have written that word, but if you look at the top of that document, it's written Bophelong Special Care.
E re bontsha gore special care a e tshwane le psychiatric illness.
It shows that special care is not the same as psychiatric illness.
Le ge le ka lebella ke fa motlhala ko baneng re o bitsa baneng mara a se bana ke taba ya.
Even if you look at baneng, we call it baneng. Baneng, it's translated, my lady, as children.
Yes, but the name has been used.
The name baneng means children. But in that facility, people or patients that are held there are not children.
So we distinguish kuduka intellectual disability.
The distinguishing factor here is the intellectual disability.
Yes, already then. Okay, proceed, Mr. Sim.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Manuela, let's just go to page 20314 where we started, and this is the relevant NGO anchor. It says maximum. It says 150 beds, but they did not have 150 beds, isn't that so?
Ya anchor. Document yela 20314. E bolela ka mepetro 150 fela ba sna na mepetro go bjalo
go bjalo.
Correct.
So Anchor was never at this place. It never had that number of beds. It was actually somewhere else, and it didn't have a license. Isn't that so?
Anchor. E be se go mo lefelong le go ngwadileng re be le mo go lona. Gape Anchor e be se na mepetro ye uwe ngwadileng mo re bena le yona. Gape Anchor e be se na le license. Go bjalo.
Sorry. Go bjalo nka itlhalosa?
Yes, that is correct, but can I explain?
My apology. Nka explain gabotse e no tshwana le precious angels.
Yes, it is the same as precious. It is the same as precious angels. At the time when we started
planning for NGO beds.
When we started with the planning for NGO beds,
Kalafong Heights or Kalafong Nurses Home ile ya identifyiwa.
Kalafong Heights and or Kalafong Nurses Home was identified
Gore ka renovatiwa.
for renovations.
Bjale ka gore re tsebile šetše e ba lata gore e ka se sa kgona go renovatiwa.
Because we knew very late that renovations would not be possible.
Ke gopola gore ba ile ba ya go a tshwanela gore ka gore re tshwanetse ba kgopele budget ya batho ba ge ba ka hwetša poleke.
Now, because they were supposed to make a request for the budget of these people if they were to find a place for them.
Mola ile gore ba sa re gare ba nyakišiša ba checka gore poleke ya bona ke e jwang.
While they were still busy with evaluating the place that they were to occupy,
Ke be gore ba kgonne go secure budget ya gona.
it was so that they wanted to secure the budget for that project.
Ke ka mokgwa ke naganang ka gona ke gore ebile bjale.
That is how I think that it came to be.
Was Kalafong ever used to house NGOs? Was it renovated?
Kalafong ile a shumishwa gore the NGOs di shumishe na ile a shumishwa ke di NGOs ile a renovatiwa.
A sa ya ka ya renovatiwa fela re humane letter ya yona šetše le lata ya gore e ka se renovatiwe.
It was never renovated, but we received a letter very late about it that renovations would not be possible.
And neither did it house NGOs. Is that what you're saying?
Ebile di NGOs a sanga ja go shumela gona go Kalafong kwa. Ke se o se bolelang? Yes, my lady. Yes.
Continue.
So so we know that in the planning process, the users, at least up until February, the users were meant to be transferred by the end of March 2016. When did you find out, as you just said, that Kalafong could not be renovated for the NGOs?
Le tsebile le re Kalafong ka ske wa tswela pele le go e renovate ka lebaka la re a tseba gore balwetse ba swantse ba be mo go fitlela mafelelong a March 2016.
Ke nagana gore re tsebile gona mo ka 2016 a ke sa gopola date mara go bile le presentation ya di-engineer ke bona ba gore ba ka se kgone e ka se renovate.
I think that it was, I may not remember the exact date, but it was in 2016 when we got to know that renovations would not be possible. There was a presentation by the engineers, and in that presentation, it was expressed that renovations are not possible.
Mola ile re budget e swanetše e tsebege ka April.
Whereas we were supposed to know about the budget in April.
Continue.
So you see, Dr. Manamela, the license, just like the one with Precious Angels, says that it is, you dispute what date it was signed on, you say you don't know, but it was valid from 1 April 2016 to 31 March 2017. right? But
Yes,
in fact, by 1 April 2016, Kalafong was not renovated. So it couldn't have had this NGO.
It couldn't have had?
It couldn't have housed this NGO.
Wow. O sna ka mokgwa elong di NGO di ka go berekela gona kua Kalafong. Ka lebaka la gore ge o lebelela license e re e be e swanetse go šomišwa go tloga go di 1 tša April 2016 go fitla go di 31 tša March 2017. Go da ka mokgwa le gore no di NGO di be di ka tla tša šomela kua Kalafong.
E reng ke e jwale reng ke tlatše gore nkane e ba jwale.
Yes, that is correct, and let me add up as to why is it so.
Ge o ka direa gore go be le NGO ye nngwe mo gare ya ngwaga e ka se ke ya includiwa ka budget, ka re budget.
If it can happen that another NGO crops up in the middle of the year, that NGO would not be incorporated or included into the budget.
Mola e le gore ge NGO nngwe ye beng e le gare e berekiwa.
Whereas in respect of the existing NGO,
le ge ka ba e ntshwa mara e le gare e berekiwa.
a ke go kwešiša gore e berekiwa o bolela bjang.
Ke nyaka gore ba district ba le busy ka yona le se ba hwetša o sna staff sa nnete ba re le ka se thome dilo tše di so.
For example, if the district finds that you as an NGO you do not find compliance with certain aspects, yeah,
O ka se thome mara ba tla o recommenda gore
that NGO would not start being functional. But what they would do, they would recommend.
E ka se thome o functiona ka April, e ka nna ya thoma ka June goba ka July, mara budget e šetše le secured.
That NGO would not commence with functions in April. It might be in June or July, but the budget
is secured.
The budget shall have been secured.
Or ya no mohlomongwe ka se thome.
In NGO.
Mongwe ya no se thome.
Or in other cases or in other circumstances, that NGO may not commence at all with these functions.
Tše dingwe tše di jwale re no di tswalela le ge di be di ne le budget. Let's say o bereka gara kgwedi tše tharo ra hwetša o na le mathata a re sa bonang pele re kgona go itswalela ntši e sale e re be ba ka bereka o tloa mo fihla mo.
Now some of these NGOs upon inspection, even if they have been functional for 3 months, upon inspections, when we find out that they do not comply with some of the standards set in our planning, we close them down, even though the license indicates that it is valid from the 1st of April to March the next year.
Yes.
Dr. Manamela, you signed this license knowing that Anchor was not at Kalafong Heights, isn't that so?
O sign the license, o tseba botse wena Anchor. Ga e šomele kua Kalafong. Go bjalo?
Ke sainile ile plan ya gore e tlo šomela ko Kalafong.
When I signed, the plan was that Anchor was going to operate at Kalafong.
Ibe e šetše e re file le gore bana le staff se se kae o no šala building ya kalafong.
They had already even submitted to us the number of the staff that was going to work for them.
Ke ka moo ke
The
re-
only thing that was left was kalafong to be ready.
ke ka moo ke re be re secure budget mo.
That is why I am saying that what we were trying to do, we're trying to secure the budget.
Just hold it there. Continue.
So you gave a license to an NGO that was yet to come into existence.
Well, o file license go NGO ebe ile gona e santse e tla ba gona.
Go bolela nnete di-license tše be re kgopetše gore ba di keep go fitlhella o bonagala mola as long as re securile budget.
To tell the truth, what we had said was that these licenses must be kept up until it is clear as to what was going to unfold. The main thing that we were trying to secure, it was the funds, the budget.
So at the time you signed the license, you can confirm that the necessary resources were in place for the patients who are going to be transferred to Anchor. Is that so?
Kana go lebele sign license je lebele sishula khontishisha hore di shumishwa je di ben di nyakega hore di shumishwe go tlhokomela balwetsi di besetse di le gona goba di be di tlabe di le gona kana go di transfer di ben di diragala.
Nkare ge ka khumana nka fiwa nako nka e checka report ya go Anchor ka gore ibe e tlisitswe gore ba na le dilo tše ba tlhoka ba sa emetse fela gore re go gore di-engineer di tla kae ka di-renovation.
One, if I can be given an opportunity, I can check that report in respect of Anchor. They had already submitted to us about their readiness, their state of readiness. The only thing we were waiting for, it was a go-ahead or a report from the engineers.
Ka gona ge ke di bona ke rile e re checke pele ka hwetša gore re tla kwa gore engineer e reng ge e sa loke re ka se ba fe yona license e ebile ge
I said that let us first hear what the engineers have to say, and if the accommodation would not be available, we would not then release this license.
ge e le gore di ba gabotse o ra re ba ka se sokole ka budget.
And that if everything was to go well as planned, that would have meant that they wouldn't have struggled with funds.
And if di sa tsamaya botse department e na le gore ka July o ba ka August ba shifta budget.
And that if things did not go as planned, what the department does round about July or August, they have this process of shifting funds or shifting the budget.
Mara ge be se go budget be ba ka se ithome ka boswa kana ka dikgwedi tšeo.
A ke go kwe?
Ge be e se e budgetelwe motlhala ke fe motlhala ge be re sa budgetela yona income.
But if we would not have budgeted for Anchor,
napile wa direa gore dilo di tsamaye botse,
and it happened that everything was given a go ahead,
go bose ka mokgo finance e be ka thoma ya allocate tšhelete ko anchor mo gare ya.
There was no way in which finance would have allocated funds to anchor because the budget would have not been secured.
Okay. Did everything go well or as planned? As you said?
Dilo di le tsa sepela ka thelelo go ya ka bokgo lebe le beakanye ka gona.
Awa ka anchor le ba a se di sepele ka tsela eo.
No. In respect of anchor and the others, things did not go well.
Now, you see, Anchor received the first group of patients on 23 June 2016 from CCRC.
Yale anchor e ka ba wa tseba wena ka sewe o anchor ile a khwetsa balwetsi ba yona ba mathomo ka di 23 tša June 2016 go tswa go CCRC.
O rile a khwetsa balwetsi ke a tseba.
Yeah, that they received patients, yes, that I'm aware of.
And Daphne Ndlovu, a social worker at CCRC, testified in this inquest. And she said that those patients were moved to Anchor at your request.
Ore wena o ileng wa kgopela gore di patient tšewe di ishwe kwa go Anchor. Motho a ba bolela ka tsela ewe ke social worker Daphne Ndlovu wa ba šoma ko CCRC. O boletše bjalo ka nako ba fana ka bohlatse kwa go inquest.
A ke bie ka tsela ye a ke re Anchor ye ile ya humana madulo ko Cullinan.
Let me put it this way. Isn't it so that this Anchor secured accommodation at Cullinan?
Ko wording ye e beng e sa šomišwe.
In a ward that was unused.
So ga NGO manager a mpotša ka yona.
When the NGO manager told me about it,
ka be ke re aowa gona balwetši ba bangwe a baye lentswe la gore balwetši baye ke le dumeletše.
O le šomišitše?
Ke dumele ke mmoditše ka re ge o na le ward ye senang balwetši ene re renovatile re ne renovatela.
I then said that if there is a ward that is unused and we have renovated such a ward, then so be it. Let the patients go there.
Ka gore se Anchor e be se tlhoka be le yona accommodation go ya ka di report tše di filweng nna.
Because according to the reports that were given to me, all what Anchor needed was accommodation.
And a se gore nna ke tsamaile ka re ntšha molwetši B molwetši E o mo ise ka Anchor. Cullinan MDT.
And it is not so, or it's not like I went there and say, take this patient, leave this one, take that one. No, I didn't do so. What happened was that Cullinan MDT.
Yes, just hold it there, Dr. Manamela. I hope that her evidence is on record, that the MDT, the clinicians were responsible for doing the process of taking patients from wherever to wherever. Please, this question, it's only council only want you to comment as to whether you are the person who indeed said the patients should go to Anchor. Who said that? Okay, could you continue, Mr. Interpreter?
Yes. Bona re a tseba se o nyakang go se bolela se se tše se boletšwe se mo rekotong re a tseba se councilor a nyakang go tseba e ka ba go bjalo wena go ya ka mokgo Daphne Ndlovu a bolelang ka gona go bjalo na gore wena ko wena o rileng aowa balwetši ba uwe a ba sepele ba ye gona kwa ba tloge mo go CCRC ba ye gona kwa o enka
ke ka mo my lady e tswelela o kare ke nna ke ileng ka re ntsha ole o ke batla e ke nyaka gore ke correct
just before that. Okay
my lady
yes.
that is why I want to explain it, because it appears as though I personally went there and gave instructions that take this patient, leave that one, and remove that one. And it's not how it happened.
Okay, thank you. Whose hand is that?
After my lady, it's Advocate Makani. My lady, I'm just asking perhaps if your ladyship can indulge the witness, because the way I say she looks very much tired. I don't know if it's only my observation alone or my colleagues also have observed that too.
I hear that. Can I hear the others?
For what it's worth, I would like to continue and finish today.
Come again?
I'm saying for what it's worth, I would like to continue and finish today.
Yes, in any event, it's already a few minutes before 3 o'clock. And if we break, we'll break at 3:30. Can't we proceed until 3:30, Mr. Makani?
No, my lady, if she's tired, whatever impact that will happen when
but
and stuff, my lady.
I hear that when she's tired, she will tell the court that she's tired.
My lady, the doctor is a witness, my lady, and she's very mindful of things that she would say. She does not want to upset the court, and she does not also want to be seen to be someone who does not want to cooperate with this court. Hence, I as a legal representative, when I observe same, I should come to her assistance. Because even the previous time when I suggested that, when I asked her, she said even the previous day she was tired, but she can't because she wants to cooperate. That is all. Hence, I said it might be my observation alone, but if we can hear other colleagues, I understand that Advocate Asim wants to proceed further. As the court, please.
Dr. Manamela?
Dr. Manamela.
What are you saying from what your representative is saying?
Oh, re mo se bolelang ke lawyer gago. Re wa ka re la pile ka mogwa go bona ka gona ka ga wa matla a fedile bjale.
Is there any problem because we see you're proceeding smoothly? I don't know.
E ka ba gone mathata ka judge yena o bona wena o tswela pele botse fela o do thedimoa fela.
Because if you have a problem, you must tell us. The other day, before we started, you said you were not feeling well.
No, no, bothata o re botse le tšatši le la ke re o bo phuthulogile wa re botse re wa a o tekwe botse.
And you were given that indulgence.
Wa fiwa nako re wa nke o ye gae o bona gore o tswa bjang.
Okay, nka kgopela at least 5 minutes, then my lady.
Can I just have an adjournment for 5 minutes, my lady? Unya ka o dirang ka 5 minutes again.
Ke nana re ke tla be ke kwa bokaone nyana.
Just to stretch, my lady, maybe I might be feeling okay after that.
All right. Before I do that, can I hear what the other counsel are saying with regard to this? The submission by Mr. Makani, even if it's 1 or 2, and then while we discuss that, you can take that 3-minute break, Dr. Manamela. You can be excused for now. Yes, Mr. Late.
Maria, well, I must agree with Mr. Sibara. The witness did look very tired to me. She was sitting with her head in her hand and so forth. But I can also understand that Ms. Asim wants to finish the cross-examination, it might be also in the interest of justice that the cross-examination doesn't stand over for more than a month.
Because my problem is that if we stand it now, I hear all that, but I just don't understand, because if a witness can say to the court, today I'm not well, right? Then at a later stage, she doesn't say anything, she proceeds. I don't know. But now the other disadvantage now of having to stand this cross-examination over for now, I mean, we'll be coming back when? In January and in the middle of January, I don't know. You are muted, Mr. Late.
Please, if the witness is able to proceed after the 5-minute break, I presume we can proceed.
We don't know if that doesn't change. Yes. Because we'll just hear that. Okay, thank you.
I support, please.
Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, if my recollection serves me right, the dates that were arranged was the proceedings would continue on the 5th week of the first term, and that would be Monday the 13th of February 2023, my lady.
Yes, the dates we have, but we're sitting with this, but isn't it that somebody is busy cross-examining? And then, you know, I hear that, but isn't it, we should try and, if possible, if she can finish with the witness today, then those other weeks can be assigned for other colleagues to continue with the cross-examination.
I agree, my lady. Agreement. But at the end of the day, we're at this stage, I believe, I'm not able to indicate whether the witness is too tired to continue, my lady.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'm not saying that is the case, but it may also be part and parcel of the theatrics of being in a witness stand, my lady.
Well, that I understand, but I see there are a lot of hands, and I didn't want to belabor on this point. I see there is Mr. Van Bergen, Mr. Pichela. Who else now? I don't want us to prolong the issue. You are muted, Mr. Pina.
Sorry, my lady. I would suggest the witness is in the best position to indicate to your ladyship, can I continue or can't I? That
is why I asked her. That's fine. Yes. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you, my lady.
I've noted you, Ms. Govender. I don't know whether it's Mr. Odes or Ms. Govender, but now can I go to Mr. Van Bergen, then Mr. Pichela, then Ms. Govender?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I agree with Mr. Pinar that obviously none of us can say whether the witness is tired and whether she can continue or not. But perhaps if one approaches it from the other direction, and that is to inquire from Ms. Hassem whether there is a reasonable prospect of her finishing this afternoon if we proceed now. Because if there is no such prospect, well, then it will have to be remanded. That is what she was saying. If I understood her, she said she wanted to finish. I'm not sure if she will be in a position. That is why I indicated to the witness that perhaps she should finish if she's able to finish, so that when we come back, one of your colleagues can continue from there. Yes, my lady, I know Ms. Hassem said she would like to continue and finish, but maybe she can just indicate whether there is a reasonable prospect of that being feasible. We will do that. Okay, thanks. Anybody else? After this, it was Mr. Pichela, then Mr. Pichela, then Mr. I think somebody from...
my lady, I wanted to also converse. Wanted to also find out.
We can't hear you. I can't hear you. You are not muted. I can see that you're talking, but I can't hear you.
Apologies. Can your ladyship hear me now?
Much better now. Yes.
Yeah, because I also wanted to find out how far.
Okay, we'll establish this. But the way I understood her, she said she wanted to finish. It's fine. Can we hear? Is it Miss Govender, then Miss Hasim? Mr. Odes.
Thank you, my lady. I support your proposal, my lady. If it's possible to finish, I would prefer to finish. I fully endorse what you've said, my lady.
Okay. Ms. Asim? In fact, during the course of the day, I could see your face that you were tired. I must say.
Me, my lady? I'm very tired, yes.
So the question is, are there any reasonable prospects that you'll finish with the witness today?
My lady, it's really a very difficult question for me to answer. About 10 minutes ago, when I said I was hoping to finish, we now have 30 minutes left, and I can do my best, but I can't guarantee it.
Oh, okay.
And and my lady, I feel, now that I'm getting towards the end, I would prefer not to be put under pressure to finish, but my desire is.
No, that was the question because of the fact that of the issues that have been raised. So that one can weigh as to whether you will finish the cross-examination today, because it wouldn't be ideal to leave you here and then proceed. But then I thought if, I don't know, because I just feel that circumstances might change when she comes back, because she said she needed about 5 minutes. Let's see when she comes back.
Can I just add one thing? It also depends on the witness's responses. So she tends to. I asked her a 15-second question, but she answers for a long time. So if she just answers a question and we move on, then we can get done.
All right, let me hear her when she comes back. Okay. Can you call her in, Mr. Makani or Mr. Sibara?
Let me
do that now, Madam.
As the court, please,
We're going to do that now.
Mr. Mati, I nearly said, now who is this one? Because I'm waiting to see Dr. Manamela now. I don't know now, this new counsel before me, I've never seen him.
No comment, my lady.
All right. Dr. Manamela.
My lady?
Yes, are you fine?
Yeah, I think I'm fine.
Do you think you will proceed? Because we are only left with about 30 minutes for now, but we don't want to force you to proceed. Will you be fine to proceed now?
Yeah, let's see it. It's like I refresh a little bit. Let's see how far I can go.
All right.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Manamela. So we were dealing with Anchor. And I put it to you that Ms. Ndlovu had said that it was on your instruction that patients had to be moved to Anchor. We've dealt with that. I want to say to you that Ms. Nyatlo, who was the manager of Cullinan at the time, also says that you had instructed that patients be moved to Anchor. But she added that when she raised concerns with you about the short period of time to prepare the patient.
Sorry, the first part, let the interpreter interpret.
Yes, thank you, my lady. One, fitile mo Miss Ndlovu, or even ka di instruction tša gago, or the patient di issue di tlo show kwa go CCRC di issue go Anchor. Ga ya fella mowe. I fell mo e tla le mo gore wena mo Miss Nyatlo wa Cullinan le ena o re bjalo O ke instructions tsa ga gore di patient a di tloge di kwa enka. O reng wena?
Just before she responds, you can proceed because your question was not yet complete.
Oh, yes. Thank you, my lady. So she says that when she raised concerns with you that the notice was too short to prepare the patients.
Come again? She said that when she raised concerns with
Dr. Manamela, this is according to Ms. Nyatlo. She says she raised concern with Dr. Manamela that the notice for moving the patients was too short and she couldn't prepare the patients in time. But Dr. Manamela told her to do so, it will be temporary.
Ure o Miss Nyatlo, ga fella gona mo. Ure ge a go botsa re aua gape ntwe ke short notice e re fileng yona e. Ebile ya ka sebele nako e ntši ya go lokišetša gore di-patient di sepedišwe. Wa re wena ge o mo araba wa re aua e dio ba taba ya lebakanyana fela, e dio ba temporary. Ga tšwele pele.
A ke thome ka ya temporary is ke sa ya raba ka mokgwano la gore a se nnete.
Let me first start with the temporary part of it. I'm still saying, like I said earlier on, it's not true.
Okay.
And ke tla go ye nngwe ya gore yena o re sitse di concern ja short notice or o re ke instruction ya ka ke be ke le director. Everything ye ba e dirang ba tla re ke instruction ya ka and a ke gane gore ge re seno lemoa gore what ya ha ya accommodate wa ibe ile ye nngwe ya tše 4.
Emakanyana. Coming to the aspect of the short notice, when she says that it was an instruction, I would not dispute that because I was a director. Everything that I said, they would have taken it as an instruction. Yeah,
everything ye dirwang e tlo no ba gore ke director ene anka se ganane le yona ka re what yona e be le empty.
Now everything that was done, it would just be said that it is the director, and I would not dispute that. However, the ward itself, the ward was empty.
Yen guy ganang ke a gore o ye patient 1 or patient 2 or B or C. Aya dira ke nna mara. What I
am disputing is that there seems to be a scenario drawn here that I went to say that patients A should go, patient B should not go. I dispute that. I never did such a thing. But to say that the patients must be taken there too, that I agree with. I did say so.
Okay. And Anchor only had space for 25 patients, isn't that so?
Anchor, even a little hoba sa batho ba 25 fela. A go bjalo?
Ke nagana gore o bjalo.
I think so.
And when these, this was 23 June, end of June when they were moved, Anchor was closed on 1st November 2016, is that right?
O bjalo ke bele ka mafelong a June ge ba sepedišwa di patient. Anchor yona e tswaletšwe ka di 1 tša November 2016. O bjalo?
Ha ke gopole date mara ke a tseba gore ile ya tswalelwa.
I do not remember the date, but I do know that it was eventually closed.
Ile ya tloswa ka gore balwetši ba no šala.
Ile ya?
Ya tloswa management wa Anchor wa tloswa.
Yes, the management, the Anchor management was removed, but the patients remained.
Sorry, I don't know whether you're saying that it was closed or it wasn't. Wasn't it closed in November 2016, 1st November 2016?
a sa go kwishisha bjale o reng wa dumela re ile a tswalelwa ka di 1 tša November 2016.
ke rile a ke opole date mara se ke se tsebang ke gore management wa Anchor o ile wa tlošwa a ke gopole re utlwisitswe neng balwetse ba šala.
Balwetse a šala. I said I do not remember the date, but Anchor management, the management of Anchor was removed.
Okay.
And the patients remained.
Was Anchor ever licensed for Cullinan?
Come again, Council? You were breaking.
Was Anchor ever licensed for 25 beds at Cullinan?
Anchor, if you license ya mepete A25 wa Cullinan.
A ke sa gopola mara se ke se tsebang gore Anchor e manager ward tše pedi kwa Cullinan.
I cannot remember, but what I do know is that Anchor was managing 2 wards in Cullinan.
You don't remember if you signed a license?
A o gopole gore wa ba signela license?
Ya bobedi a ke sa gopola ke gala ke sa gopola ge ba kile ka e signa ya ge ba le ko Cullinan.
I cannot remember whether I signed it while they were at Cullinan. It's long ago.
So, do you know why Anchor was closed?
What's been gane lebaka king Anchor ile a tswalelwa?
A ke gopola gabotse mara se ke se gopolang gore di NGO tšela tša ko Cullinan di le tša no tswalelwa ka moka.
I cannot remember well, but what I do remember is that the NGOs at Cullinan, all of them were closed down.
Dr. Manamela, between 23 June and 1st November 2016,
Between?
23 June 2016. And when it was closed, Anchor, whatever the date was, 6 patients died. One of those was Mr. Charity Ratsoso. And
just hold it.
Really, ore mo magareng la mathomo ka ke mokula no ka mo magareng a 23 June 2016 go ya go di 1 tša November. Pare ka nako o tswalelwa di patient tše 6 ka moka le tša tlhokofala. O mong wa di patient tšewe e be le morena Charity Ratsoso.
And he died on 11 July 2016.
Re a tlhokofala e be le di 11 tša July 2016.
And when he was at Anchor, his identity was unknown. And when he died, his identity was still unknown. I put it to you that the reason for this is the rush.
Ore ka nako a ba tlhokofala e be di 11 tša July go ya ka mokgwa a boletšego ka gona. O tlhokofaletše kwa Anchor. Bjale o ba sa tsebiwe gore botsebotse ke mang motho. Identity ya gagwe be sa tsebege.
Continue.
Ka nako a ba le ko Anchor go fitlhela a ba tlhokofala o ba sa tsebege gore ke mang.
I put it, my proposition to you is that this occurred because of the rush of moving users out of Life Esidimeni.
O batla go botsa o nyaka go botsa re nkane bjalo go le bjalo re o ba sa tsebege ke ka lebaka la tsela ya go be go šongwa ka yona e be o tlošwa batho ka pela fela a ba sepele ka nako eo ba tlošwa kwa Life Esidimeni ke yona ntho o direga bjale o se ke wa bona le dipeakanyo tše botse le o charity ratsoso a se ka tsebega gore ke mang go fitlhela ebile a tlhokofala.
Ke dumela gore ba ile ba itlhalosa taba eo ge council a e bona jwale ke ka mokgwa e bonang.
I believe that this matter was ventilated, and if now that is how council understands it to be like, then so be it. That is how council sees it.
And it stands to reason that a patient whose identity is unknown won't be treated with the appropriate therapy and medication. Isn't that so?
Ebile gape se bolela gore ge patient a sa tsebege le leina la gagwe a sa tsebege ka mantšu a mangwe a ka se ka fiwa ditlhare tša maleba le tlhokomelo ya maleba ka lebaka la gore di-document tša gagwe a di gona a tsebege. Go bjalo
Ke tla re karabo ya ka e sa le yanela gore ba itlhalositše ba enka ba itlhalositše bo mma Daphne.
Yes, I would still say give the same answer that I've just given. This matter was explained by the people from Anchor. Miss Daphne Ndlovu did also explain. So
just hold it there. There is a hand. I think I wanted the interpreter to finish.
My lady, unfortunately, the witness has already answered.
Yes, I think I saw your hand late because I told you that when you raise a hand.
Okay, the witness.
Yes. All right. Continue.
Sorry, Dr. Manamela, are you done or can I move on?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. The next NGO I'd like to turn to is Reba Fenyi. Do you recall this NGO?
Reba Fenyi. NGO ye we wa itseba? Yes, I recall it.
And the manager, and there were 3 houses that belonged to Reba Fenyi, correct?
Wana le dintlo tše ba šobelago mo go tšona wana ba NGO ya Reba Fenyi ke tše 3.
Be ba šomela dintlong a ke tse gore ke tše 3 ba ke tše 2 ke a tseba gore be ba se polekeng ye 1.
I know that they were not housed under one roof. They were making use of houses, whether it was 2 or 3. I'm losing count, but I know that what I've said, it was just the case.
Mr. Malebe, who was the owner, testified that they had no professional nurse. Do you agree that the facility, it wouldn't be appropriate for the facility to be run without a professional nurse?
Wo Morena Malepe o boletše awa le ge le ba šomela mo dintlong tše ba be ba sena nurse, ba sena mooki wa go tlhatlhwa wa go tseba taba tša gagwe. Bjalo tla dumelana le ena gore a se tsela ya maleba go ka šomana le balwetši ba mohuta o go sene mooki wa go tlhatlhwa.
Ke tla re we le rena ke balwetši ba mo leveleng ye efe ge ba le go NGO?
I would say that it depends on the level. occupied by those patients who shall have been housed in an NGO at that time.
Okay. Ms. Jacobus testified that House 3 had never been inspected or licensed before patients were placed there. What do you say to that?
Ms. Jacobo so will let you awa. Ntwa yona sanga ya fiwa license goba ya go lekolwa pele balwetši ba ka tsentšhwa mo go yona.
Yewe a ke gopole I reporta mo go nna nka se kgone go e araba.
I'm unable to can give an answer to that. I do not remember her reporting to me about such.
Just hold it there.
Ge le sa le gona mo ya riba fene ke gopola o ye nngwe ya dintlo ke tsebe gore ke efe ka nako ye head office re meeta le di NGO ba tlišitše gore ba na le professional nurse one.
While we are still at this matter involving the NGO Rabafeni, what I can remember is that at the time when we met with the head office, in that meeting, they did mention that in one of the houses, although I cannot remember which of the number of houses that were there, they did mention that they have one professional nurse.
Yes, hold it there, Dr. Manaman.
Is far gona mo.
Gona o tloa meeting o ba file report ka molomo ra ba gopela gore ba yo ngwala gore re be le se sengwe sa go ngwalwa gomme.
And in that meeting, when they gave this report, it was a verbal report. We then told them that they should put it in writing so that we have reference on that aspect.
Le jwale o na le document a ke tsebe le re gona ko case line ye be re checka di NGO rena jwale ka province gore ge ba.
Now there is a document. I'm not so very sure whether it is uploaded on case line, but we used to check the NGOs. Yaleka province.
Gore ko di meeting tša rena tša province gore ge district submit di request re compare.
In our provincial meetings, or
Eba romela di nyakwa tša bona tša ko district re kgone gore le rena re ba le record.
When the district would be sending their needs, we would then be able to have a record so that we can make comparisons.
E gona document ye ke itshwere mo ba re be bana le professional nurse one.
I do have that document where they say they had only one professional nurse.
Ko house number 1.
At house number 1.
So I ke tsebe mongwe ka morago o ile wa fetoa.
I then do not know whether thereafter things changed. That I do not know.
Ge se go case line e ka no romelwa ba ka no ishwa ke e.
If it is not uploaded on case line, it can be, I can provide it. I do have it with me.
Miss Asim? But she's talking about house one.
One.
And your question, did it relate to which house?
No. Pardon me? I didn't hear you, my dear. I beg your pardon.
But you didn't mention, you just said they didn't have a professional nurse, right? So I don't know. Yes.
At any house.
Yes, the document can be forwarded maybe to representatives, and then they will see as to a legal team. They will see as to how it reaches the evidence leaders, who will then, maybe even if they can send an email so that everybody should see that there is something like that. Yes, continue.
Doctor, do you know Ms. Frida Ndlovu?
Frida Ndlovu. Wa motseba?
Awa, I ke motse.
Frida Ndlovu. Do we have such
Frida
a name?
Ndlovu.
Huh? Come again?
Frida Ndlovu.
Frida Ndlovu.
That's right.
I ke motse.
I just do not, okay.
I do not know her.
She
the name. Okay, continue.
She was the manager of House 3.
The manager of?
House number 3, Rabafeni.
Oh, yes, okay.
Ore wo Ndlovu. Ibeli yena manager wa ntlo ela ya boraro wa o NGO ela Rabafeni.
Rabafeni.
Oh, Rabafeni. Thanks, my lady.
She has provided a statement. She has provided a statement to the inquest. And in her statement, she says that nobody from the department came to inspect the house prior to the receipt of patients.
Or o dirile statement are pele ka go ka tlishwa malwetse a gona motho le ka ile o motho o ileng a fitla mola a tla go lekola ntlo eo wa go tswa go department.
She also said she did not have any knowledge in terms of the compliance requirements for an NGO.
Ibile gape o ba sa tsebe gore ke eng e ba swantšeng ba e dire ke eng e ba sa swanela gore ba e dire bjale ka NGO.
And she did not have any qualifications or experience to care for mental health patients.
O ba sena le botsebi, o ba sena gape le tlhatlho mabapi le tlhokomelo ya balwetse ba re bolelago ka bona mo ba go lwala ka monaganong.
Do you have any comment on that?
On page?
It's on page 1474, my lady. And the specific paragraph that I'm referring to is paragraph 3.
Go ka do e lebelela ntlo a e bolela go e ngwadilwe mo letlakaleng le wele 1474 mo go paragraph 3.
Dr. Manamela, you signed the license for house number 3, isn't that so?
Come again? She wants to look at the document.
Oh.
Council can go ahead. I will look at the document
but
later.
She has not yet answered. Do you
speak Arab?
A ke so Arabi ya ba shetse ba nkisha ko pele. Ke boletse gore ke nyaka o ya araba ka tsela gore
this is how I want to answer it.
nna be ke sa ye ko di-NGO-ong tšeo di-NGO be di identifya ke batho ba babedi.
I did not personally go to or visit the NGOs. There were two people that were responsible for identifying NGOs.
And ge ba license ile ya kgopela o ra re kgopetše ke bona ke ba ko districting.
And if there was a request for the license, that would mean that the people that made such a request are people from the district.
Come again about the license you are saying?
Ke re ge ba e gona ntlo ya boraro.
I'm saying that if this house number 3 does exist,
request e tla be e dirile ke district.
the request would have been done by the district.
Batho ba ba ka tsebang ka yona e tla ba di-NGO identifying team.
The people that will bear knowledge of that information, it will be the identifying
NGO identifying team.
NGO identifying team.
Nna ke tseba ntate wa ko Ribafeni ka no ba ke lebetse lina la ga ke yena be a tla di-meeting ko province.
But the person I know who attended meetings at the province, it is the owner or the big shot at Ribafeni, although I cannot remember his name.
Yes, I see it's about 3:31. Yes.
I'm not done, but if we're going to continue till 4 o'clock, I could be done.
Come again?
If we were to be able to continue until 4 o'clock, I could be done.
But you know we're having a predicament, isn't it? About the interpreter with these transport arrangements. And if we continue to do this, we'll be chasing him out. He will no longer assist us. I think we'll have to stop here. And we must also respect the wishes of Mr. Makanye, because he clearly said that the witness is tired. So I think I promised that she can just sit until past. I think we can break now. The witness can be warned, and we will be resuming on which date?
30 January, I believe.
Is it the 30th of January? Can you assist me? I don't have the... Can just check on me.
Lady, I'm not sure. My recollection is letting me down, but I was under the impression we'd be commencing on the 13th of February, Monday the 13th. That's week 5.
Is that the third week? I'm trying to check the directive that I issued. If one of you has it, just to confirm as...
I never received the directive, my lady, sorry.
Come again? You never received it?
No, my lady.
How possible is that? It was long sent. You haven't received the directive? How possible is that?
My lady, I did.
I sent it. Can I find out? You haven't received the directive?
The 30th of January.
Hey, can I find out? You haven't received the directive?
No, my lady, I did not. Sorry.
Is there any one of you who received? I see it has been displayed here.
Yes, we received it, my lady.
You did receive it? Perhaps, Mr. Yes. Nelisiwe, can you please resend it to the others? I don't know what's happening. Yes, so it means we'll be starting from the third week. That is the 30th of January to the 17th of February, Mr. Pinar. 302 30 January to the 17th. Mr. Van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. I just want to deal with something unrelated, so perhaps your ladyship should first address
Can we just finish and then excuse the witness?
It relates to the witness, my lady. I'll be quick. It is just the I submitted a copy of the report of Dr. Wadvala dated 12 October 2016 should be made available to the evidence leader to be disseminated.
Let me just a second. Let me finish this one. This is the report dated the
12th of October 2016, my lady.
And together with this email that she spoke about something now. I think you have captured that one also.
My lady, the document that she referred to was it was a document in which she said
the one that refers to what was happening at Rebafeni.
That there was one professional nurse at house number 1.
Anything else before I go?
Not from my side. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pitlela?
Thank you, my lady, as the court pleases. My lady, in a testimony, the witness referred to reports being available of meetings that took place between the NGOs and the department where there are complaints in respect of not having money and food were being addressed. Now, I haven't seen those documents anywhere on case lines. So perhaps the witness should make
reports regarding.
I'm saying those. She mentioned about there having been meetings between NGOs and the department and herself, where NGOs were invited to give to make an indication of any challenges that they were receiving. But those minutes or whatever the case might be are not available. Now we're going to request that when we resume.
Do you remember that? Okay. Are you listening, Dr. Manamela?
Dr. Manamela.
Do you know what counsel is talking about? Because this comes from your evidence.
I'm busy writing everything down, my lady.
Okay. So you'll have to.
Yes, if those can be made available to us, my lady, for the purpose of cross-examination and also to confirm with the affected individuals.
Okay.
As the court pleases.
Dr. Manamela, we are not going to wait until the following year. Right, you still have, I understand the term is ending today, but make sure that as you were testifying, I think you had those documents with you. So please ensure that you send them to your legal team, and then they will see what to do to ensure that those documents reach the evidence leaders.
Dr. Manamela. Ka moka sa bo bolela ka sona le letlaka le le leng house number 1 ka moka o romella loya tsa gago di tla bona motho ka moka o kwetsa o hlatse be uwe le ka moka bo ba boletsweng ka bona bo bonyake gago. Understood, my lady?
The witness can be warned. I think it's time to adjourn the proceedings until the 30th of January 2023.
Re tla go bona mo ngwageng o moswa o tla go ge o mogolo a dumetse e tla be le ka di 30 tša January mo ngwageng o moswa wa 2023. O sa se botšwa o ska bolela le motho ka bohlatse bjo ba gago o fihlela o feditše be kgoro bjale o feditše a so wa fetše re kwana.
Ke a ekwa.
Witness warned, my lady.
Thank you very much. I hope you also record these dates, Mr. Mati. You get those dates from Nelisiu, so that you must also. I think you will be with us until we finish this evidence of Dr. Manamela.
My lady, whatever that I would say, there are administrative problems here. I do not want to burden this record with those administrative issues. Okay. I'll deal with them off record.
Okay, no, that's fine.
I do not want even to promise your ladyship that I would be here given the state of affairs in this place.
No, it's all right. I know about them. No, but I'll try to see if they cannot be resolved.
Thank you, my lady.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. And I wish you all the best during your festive seasons, and enjoy your Christmas and have a prosperous New Year. With God's grace, I just hope we'll meet again in the following year.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, my lady.
Granted an indulgence.
Yes, the court pleases.
To wish your ladyship and a joyous festive season with your ladyship's family and all the colleagues and their families. And should anybody be on the roads during the festive season, travel safely and return safe and sound in the new year. May it please.